What's up, y'all? What's up, chat? Hey, Real Visigoth, welcome to chat. And Comrade Lily, it's going amazingly and somehow simultaneously hell on earth at the same time. That's a vibe. I'll get started in just 2 minutes, guys. Hello, 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 everybody. Good morning, good evening. I hope you're all doing well today. What's up, Darth Narak? How are you doing today? Comprehending the craziness of the world, but other than that, great. Well, you're doing better than I am, comprehending it, for one, because it seems pretty incomprehensible to me. It's crazy, but, like, it's not just crazy. It's also obscenely stupid. So, there's all that. Speaking of stupid, that's on me. Your girl is quite sleepy today because I didn't realize that daylight savings happened in America, which it happened like here a month ago. So stream time is actually 2 hours later than what I'm used to, and I woke up at the same time as usual. So bear with me a little. Oh, thank you for the sub, Jarko. Good to see you as well. Hold on, let me mod Comrade Lily. Actually, I don't know who I just modded that's just named Comrade. That's not good. But we'll just fix that, and then I'll add both Real Visigoth and Comrade Lily to the mod list, and then we can get started. And Real... Is it Visigoth or Visigoth? It is Visigoth. Okay, cool. I was actually reading it correctly for once. I rarely do. What makes the war with Venezuela highly likely? I'm a bit out of the loop. Well, I'm going to talk about that later, but for one, staging, the amount of assets we have in the region, the stuff that we've said on the subject, the fact that Russia has sent what appears to be aid, as well as Wagner may have actually traveled from Africa to Venezuela, which if Wagner is actually there, it'll likely mean that like the Ukrainian GUR will send a drone team to Venezuela as well. Remember, like, Ukraine is fighting Russia in Africa currently, so, more than just that. YouTube's so empty on the YouTube channel. Comment for algorithmic engagement. Well, like, the YouTube comments are empty because everyone prefers Twitch chat because it has more emotes and it's more fun chat. But I suppose, on the subject of fun, let's talk about how 42 million Americans are facing starving to death. Wow, how did I deserve such an R to be a mod? Everyone gets it. That's how it is. We do community policing over here. Everybody is a mod. Well, everybody that, like, I suspect isn't a troll is a mod. Vietnam and Afghanistan, but 10 times bigger, and we have 1/4 the support and diplomatic power we did in the 60s. I never said it was smart. It's not, but we'll get there when we get there. Let's start with the shutdown, huh? The SNAP benefits that were cut from people, because the discourse on this gets pretty insane, actually. Hitlerite, you might say. Are we winning yet? No. Why is the audio not playing? That is interesting. Ah, that's why. That's why the audio wasn't playing. Should work
As
out.
queues form at this New York food bank, staff fear they'll soon be completely overwhelmed with demand. After a nearly month-long government shutdown, the looming suspension of federal food benefits will be putting millions at risk of going hungry. 42 million Americans rely on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, to buy groceries, and food banks already under immense pressure.
There's tons of seniors, there's a lot of these disabled people, so they rely on us because the SNAP is just not enough. And especially now when it's going to be completely cut off, they're going to rely on us 100%, even the more, to come and get as much as food as possible.
The Trump administration has warned that the program will run out of money on the 1st of November and that debit-like EBT cards will not be refilled as a result. Ending the government shutdown requires a compromise in the Senate. Democrats are pushing to extend...
Oh, you say, probably, but no, that's my name, Bozo. A single billionaire could absolutely, easily do that. Trump admin, I know 42 million Americans will be starving, but $40 billion to Argentina and $175 billion to ICE. Not to mention the literal Great Gatsby party they threw on Halloween, but you'll have to wait for us to get there. Let's talk about the actual damage this is doing, because, you guys need to remember, right? This is about survival. Because if you're on SNAP benefits, you need them. And if you need them and you don't get them, well, you're not going to be able to feed yourself. This is literally why I told every one of you months ago, make a community, go and organize with your community, find ways to access food. If you are lucky enough to have some funds, maybe work with other members of your community to purchase a plot of land and use that to grow some food, some basic food, because everything has gone up in price. It will continue to do so. What's up, Etch? Waffle Master, welcome, welcome, welcome. Literally stealing food from the poor? Yeah, absolutely. That is objectively what that is. That's it. It's just stealing food from the poor so that they can... I mean, really, it's not even for any benefit. It's not that, cutting SNAP is being used for anything that's, benefiting them specific. No, not really. It's just to do evil things. The money from SNAP is being redistributed to, evil places. But even if they weren't doing that, even if they were just taking that money and putting it into their pockets, that would be literally less bad here. Because it's not even serving a function. This money isn't necessary to fund ICE. This money isn't necessary to fund anything, any project that the state has going on. First off, we already are insolvent as a country. We're going to go bankrupt in a few months anyway. This is literally just, let's just siphon as much as we can from all of the serfs while we still have the time. Stealing the value of your labor wasn't enough. They want your kid's sandwich too. Oh, of course. The thing is that we have the money to do it, but the Republicans don't want to release it. In fact, they literally say so.
And expiring health insurance subsidies to break the deadlock, Republicans have so far resisted major concessions.
All we need to end the craziness, to pay the air traffic controllers, to pay the TSA agents, to pay the pilots, to make sure that food stamp benefits continue to go out to the American people who need them. All we need is 5 reasonable Democrats to join 3 moderate Democrats and 52.
Really, J.D. Vance, because Mike Johnson seems to have a different opinion to you. This was just yesterday, in fact.
The reality is that this has been a stalemate for 30 days, and it's not just Democrats. You also have one of the most conservative Republican senators, Josh Hawley, who says, at least please move money around to feed people. Why not consider that?
Because if you deviate from the goal of reopening the entire government, Chuck Schumer and the radicals over there will continue to play games with people's paychecks, their livelihoods. And if you do just part of this, It will reduce the pressure for them to do all of it, to do their basic job, and that is reopen the government. This is very real and very serious, and they...
Like, this is him literally admitting, yeah, no, we're actually keeping the government shut down on purpose, and we are taking away your SNAP benefits because we want you mad at the Democrats. Like, that's just openly him saying it. And don't ask stupid questions, Pinochet. I mean, like, that's not even relevant, let alone important. Obviously.
They can end it today. They can do it right now. All they have to do is, we just need 5 more Democrats in the Senate to help us reach the 60-vote threshold. We don't have enough Republicans to do the right thing on our own. We need them to do the right thing.
Does it give... The reality is...
Literally just like stealing money from people. That's it. That's the whole goal. Openly. It's to make you suffer. It's not relevant, the death of a person. Okay, that was barely a person. And you know what? I will mute you. And actually, that wasn't a person. And I'm going to do more than just mute you. I'm going to time you out. You can come back another time, maybe. Maybe. We'll see. Trump doesn't care when anyone died. Literally, Trump didn't care when Charlie Kirk died. The million interviews of, like, reporters asking him, like, oh, like, I'm sure you're grieving. He's like, oh, have you seen my new ballroom? So, Louisiana has declared a state of emergency over the SNAP benefits pause. What's up, Miss Evelyn Rose?
Well, as the U.S. government shutdown drags on, think about this.
Also,
Maybe
by the way,
even...
we say pause, but, like, pause assumes that SNAP benefits will ever return, and I can't in good conscience make that assumption for you right now. I can't tell you that these will ever come back, because there's no evidence to indicate that they would. I'm not saying that they won't. I'm not saying that they'll never bring SNAP back. I'm just saying I can't reasonably say in good faith that I have anything to indicate that they would. I think this is a bad move for the Republicans. If it's your goal to extend the shutdown as long as possible until the Dems cave, wouldn't you release the funds to provide some stability? No, you're missing the point. It's not about making the Dems cave. He's lying there. Part of, like, the reason that they want people starving is so that people go and do violent things. Like, they're still trying to do insurrection act shit. I don't know, like getting 42 million people starving and angry, while also, you know, there's a lot of protests all around the nation. He's got 24,000 National Guard ready to deploy. Like, all of this is buildup. Yeah, what if this is permanent? Like, the whole shutdown? Well, that's what I mean, you know? Like, anarchist tech support, like, forget the SNAP benefits. Like, that likely is permanent. What if the shutdown is permanent? The Republicans just want people to commit crimes? Well, I mean, yeah. Because then they get to arrest you, they get to put you in jail, and now you have no more rights. Like, not even, like, the appearance of rights. You have no rights now. But when you're in prison, they don't even have to pretend at that point. And then you never get to leave.
Picture the people in your own neighborhood. 1 in 8 Americans count on federal food assistance. Now, come November 1, that all goes away if Congress can't get the government up and running again. To Louisiana now, where the worry is real. And CBS News' Katie Weiss. Katie, a large portion of the people that you talk to there in Louisiana rely on that food assistance.
They don't need us to commit crimes. They lie about it anyway. No, but they still want us to as well. Like, they lie about it regularly, but they do it badly, and they know that it looks bad when they're lying about things badly. Like calling No King's Day a Hamas and Antifa terrorist rally made them look hella fucking stupid when a bunch of seniors showed up, right? They don't want to have that challenge. They don't want to have the narrative going back and forth. They don't want to have to work for it. They want riots from the starvation, and then they want to use the military to crack down on the riots and then end the conversation.
What are they saying?
Absolutely. About 800,000 people in the state of Louisiana rely on SNAP benefits or food stamps, and that benefit may run out come November 1st. However, Louisiana, like Virginia, has taken a rare step to issue a state of emergency to be able to keep those funds moving forward. And that's something that has some people relieved. But
the thing is, like, yeah, like, a couple states are doing this. Except it is a Band-Aid solution. Louisiana doesn't have the funds to keep doing that for over, I don't know, like a month, maybe two. And beyond that, like, not every state is even able to do that. Also, they're gonna lie a lot better when they have videos of people committing crimes. Oh yes, of course. Like they'll just lie more extensively about the crimes and then make it worse. Surely our military wouldn't use force on starving protesters, right? I don't know what the fuck is up with our military, alright? Like, as of today, we are likely gonna bomb Venezuela this week. We have, like, U.S. bombers and another, like, carrier strike group moving in the South China Sea. Like, U.S. bomber jets, like B-1s taken off from Japan, like, an hour ago. We said we might go back to Iraq, like, invade Iraq with Israel this time. And Trump has suggested that we might do boots on the ground in Nigeria. Like, so I have no fucking clue where our military's head is at. I don't think this is their train of thought. I just don't, like, see the news the same way you do. I mean, that's fair. Are we bombing Nigeria soon? I don't know. I'll show you what Trump said about it here. Like, take a pause on this for a second. We'll jump back to, this in a sec, but like this video clip is actually quite recent. Like it came out just before stream started. And I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why the fuck we're doing Nigeria.
Do you envisage US boots on the ground or airstrikes?
Could be. I mean, a lot of things I envisage, a lot of things. They're killing record numbers of Christians in Nigeria. And they have other countries very bad also. You know that. That part of the world, very bad. They're killing the Christians and killing them in very large numbers.
Except, like, that's not necessarily, like, the terrorist groups in Nigeria, like Boko Haram, like, they're not jihadists. They just call themselves jihadists. They literally attack everybody. Like, record number of Christians. More, like, Muslims are killed by Boko Haram than Christians are, but, you know, it's more than enough. Really, it's all about imperialism. It's like, right now, Africa is a gold mine. Like, there's the Sudan situation, of course, and that's partially like UAE, there's Israel involved, there's us involved, and then you go and look at, like, Nigeria. Nigeria is set to be one of the, like, most prominent regional powers in Africa as Africa continues to industrialize. This is like confusing Ukraine with Portugal. And it's not confusing it. Like they're talking about Nigeria. It's not Sudan. He's not talking about Sudan here. He's talking about Nigeria. He did not confuse the country. We're not you know commenting on Sudan. He wants to invade Nigeria because they're a rich country with resources, I guess. But then again, like, it's about chaos. It's about war. It's about confusion. Like, there's a reason that they talk about Nigeria and Iraq in the same day while we're already getting set to, like, start a war with Venezuela. And beyond that, like, invading our own country. Nigerian Christians declare each other witches and incite gang wars, at least until Chinese investment brought stability. Invade Nigeria, what about Venezuela? We're doing both, apparently. He said boots on the ground for both is possible. They want war powers. They have war powers. They want a war mentality.
Very skeptical as
but
millions
first,
of
let's
Americans
talk about
across
starvation.
the country today are gearing up for this November 1st deadline when SNAP benefits.
Okay, this is outdated, so I don't care. We're moving on. Let's talk about also fucking outdated. Do we have one from today? We do. Let's hear what News Nation's saying. I'm curious to hear.
I just plan to grit and bear every step of the way and refuse to let my children or myself go hungry. I gotta try to explain to them this doesn't mean that they have to eat less. I can still afford to provide them with at least the minimal nutrition they need to be able to function at school every day, to be able to play the sports that they want to play, and to be able to sit down and have a meal with them.
That was Maine resident and SNAP recipient Kelly Austin speaking to Morning in America on Saturday. She is one of the nearly 42 million Americans nationwide who rely on the federal food assistance program to feed their families. A federal ruling late.
I need you all to remember, like, yes, this is incredibly sad, but there is no reason for this to need to be happening. Why is it, like, just every time anyone brings up SNAP, I need you to remember this.
That this has been a stalemate for 30 days. And it's not just Democrats. You also have one of the most conservative Republican senators, Josh Hawley, who says, at least please move money
SNAP
around.
funds your grocery stores. Get used to shopping at Walmart exclusively. Walmart relies on SNAP. SNAP money is most of Walmart's revenue.
To feed people. Why not consider that?
Because if you deviate from the goal of reopening the entire government, Chuck Schumer and the radicals over there will continue to play games with people's paychecks, their livelihoods. And if you do just part of this, it will reduce the pressure for them to do all of it, to do the...
Literally, just the fact that it is bad for the Democratic Party. That's why this is happening. That's the only reason. Groceries on Amazon only going forward. Amazon also makes up quite a lot of their money from SNAP revenue. Walmart, Target, Corpo Superstores, yeah, like SNAP funds maximum revenue for all of that, and Amazon.
Saturday requires the Trump administration to create plans to keep the program funded. But there is still
just famine then? Yeah, exactly. I did say you guys should get used to boiling leather for nutrition. Everyone go buy beans, not kidding. I've been saying for months, beans and rice, beans and rice, beans and rice, beans and rice, beans and rice. If you do the part that keeps people alive, they won't have pressure not to give money to billionaires. Yeah, basically. SNAP makes up 25% of all retail grocer revenue. Yeah, so like a quarter of all retail grocer revenue. But it is a majority. I think it's like 80% of Walmart revenue or something like that.
So food banks across the country are bracing for a surge of more people asking for help. Here with us is Cynthia Kirkhart, CEO of Facing Hunger Food Bank based in West Virginia. Cynthia, good morning. Thank you so much for coming on.
Good morning.
As this plays out.
Sorry, it's 1/4 of SNAP benefits in total are spent at Walmart. 1/4 of all SNAP money is spent at Walmart. About $25 billion a year. 1/8 of Americans need food stamps. Huge number. An insane number for the richest country in the world. These scumbags want to shit on the libs even if that means starving millions of Americans and children. Well, I don't think that's just to, you know, own the libs. I think part of that is that they just enjoy suffering. They do just want starve millions of Americans and their children. This is a genuine precursor to a revolution or a civil war. No, it's not a precursor. We're in a civil war. This is just this is a weapon in the civil war that they're using against us. We're already in it. Yeah, 8% of Walmart total. They have such insane volume that even 1/4 of SNAP is a droplet. Jesus Christ.
Out in neighboring D.C., your food bank is working hard to serve people in West Virginia, Kentucky, Ohio. You yourself worked all day yesterday. How much of a surge are you seeing?
Wow, it's, let me just qualify and say first, we distributed 50 tons of food yesterday.
Wow.
Also remember that about like 500 tons of food or some ridiculous, ungodly amount of food got destroyed right before this.
But we started seeing the surge toward the middle of October, typically when SNAP benefits run out, right, for those that we serve, because SNAP benefits are not meant to support a family's entire food bill. But then we had, you know, the government shutdown.
700 USD, 750 USD monthly for a family is fucking abominable. Well, also, like, that's not even enough for one person living in, like, rural Utah. Let alone fucking New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles. Like, $750 a month won't pay for your rent in Kansas.
Piece. We have Coast Guard, we have 2 federal prisons in our service area, TSA, and then we've got contractors who work for the government that we're experiencing those first missed paychecks. We at least double the inquiry for how to access the charitable food system. Mobile pantries, we typically prepare for 250 families. Had to bump up to 350, still had over 400.
I'd also like to remind you that not only are like regular citizens, 42 million American citizens, struggling to find food now, we've been seeing this already being a thing for months with the military. I covered during the LA invasion, American troops in line at the food bank, like their families waiting in line at the food bank because the troops don't get paid enough. To be fair, right now they're not getting paid at all. The whole concept of paying for food is fucking disgusting. Oh, as an aside, yeah, that's also like 100% true. It's such an inexpensive program and we are a nation of such abundance. There is not even a single valid reason whatsoever that you could ever convince me that people should even have to pay for groceries to begin with, let alone the pence that we give the impoverished in order to be able to afford basic fucking staples. Oh yeah, of course. Mind you, like, this is where the mentality on food is in this country, is your view on that is seen as extreme because the average thinks about poverty as like something you just need to get incentivized out of. Now, the SNAP benefits discourse related to the EBT discourse, and this got brought up. I saw this today. The point of EBT is to ensure people don't starve to death. That's it. Even if we agree that's a worthwhile goal, it can be achieved with Nutriloaf. Nutriloaf provides you with the correct incentives. You won't starve and you'll be motivated to earn money to eat real food again. Diane Yap is subhuman. If you think like this, if you think that this is a good thing, if you read that and you think, that sounds right, you are subhuman. Like, I care more about the health and safety of a gerbil than you. I think you should be forced to eat that. It's bland, nutritionally complete food, often called prison loaf, served to inmates who misbehave. The nutritionally complete part, I don't believe either. First off, poverty is not something that you just need to incentivize yourself into, I don't know, working harder to not be poor anymore. Also, nobody should need to be motivated to have the right to eat real food. This person is not a person. Feed the Nazis oats, literally. I honestly, since this whole SNAP thing started, Shuva Boofer, I keep having the meme in my head of like the pigs, like, brother, may I have some oats? Headless Chicken just stopped by to say hi, going to watch Kat Abuzale. She was my first donation of the election cycle. I'll come back by if she's done before you are. Sick. Hell yeah. Based as hell. Support Kat. In fact, if we get time today, we're going to talk about her interview after getting charged by the DOJ. So, monstrous, true. Food is a human right. Now, with only 20% sawdust, true. Diane Yap's current ex-bio, let them eat Nutriloaf. Let them eat Nutriloaf is actually like such a banger. I'm gonna keep that one around. People have the right to live without approval from the elites. That's true. Maybe you could rate her at some point. She's on Twitch. I did not know that. I mean, if she's still on by the time the show ends, I totally fucking will. Now, again, remember, as we said, even Mike Johnson admitting the only reason that the government's still shut down is to put pressure on the Democrats. And in the meantime, I would like to make something clear to all of you. This is now that SNAP benefits have run out, some people are reportedly turning to stealing food. I don't care about the SNAP benefits being on or off. I don't think they're ever coming back. If you ever see somebody stealing food, no the fuck you didn't. No the fuck you didn't. Nobody steals food. That the food is gifted to them for free by the supermarket and requires no further inspection. Zero. Do not ever point out somebody stealing food. You are a piece of shit if you are. She's been doing streams multiple times a week where she plays games and talks about her campaign. That's based as hell. That's funny. I had no fucking idea she was on Twitch. Jesus Christ, Buncor. The neutral oath thing pisses me off so much as someone with a restrictive illness. Oh, and there's that part of this as well, Jet. Yeah, the thing is, like, not everyone can eat everything. And, like, there's also discourse right now about, like, oh, well, why are people on food stamps buying cake and biscuits? First off, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about poor people on food stamps buying cake and biscuits. The only thing that I'm worried about in that case is billionaires buying fucking kids. But put that to the side for a second. Some people literally can't eat everything. Yeah, we make fun of people with gluten allergies or whatever. But for some people, that shit's actually serious. And that's just one singular dietary restriction. Reporting someone for taking food is class traitorism. Oh, it's just traitorism. I agree. If you report someone stealing food, you're only forcing 4 others to steal more, incentivizing stores to make up crimes for tax breaks. True. Being somebody with an eating disorder who had to be on SNAP growing up, I had to buy things that would be appealing to me. Otherwise, I would starve myself to death. And I mean that quite literally. If I bought something that was just not necessary, I would not have eaten. I would have ended up in the hospital and I would have died. So buying ice cream and stuff for a lot of people is the necessary option. Literally, yeah, there's that too. It's not even just dietary restrictions. Then you get into the eating disorder side of things, and quite literally people will choose death. In fact, eating disorders have the highest mortality rate of any mental illness. Specifically, anorexia does, because people starve themselves to death successfully, and the only way we stop that is by convincing them to eat things. You think you're gonna manage that when I don't know, Nutriloaf is the only thing they're allowed? People steal food due to the class-based robbery of the working class being systematically protected. Not even protected, emboldened. Now, while all of this is happening, while, poor people deserve to suffer is the discourse, while 42 million Americans are starving, what are the right doing? Well, they used Halloween and the SNAP benefits being cut as an excuse to do blackface. Yup. When that EBT hit, fried chicken and blackface. Yep. I swear to God, one day, these people will not be in charge. And they are going to regret putting that, because they're going to be very sad about the consequences for posting this kind of shit. Eating disorders are super serious. I dated a girl once who worked as a child therapist, and I learned to never ask her about her job again after she told me about a case with a kid crying, trying to eat chicken nuggets. That's just basic, eating disorders. I've done quite a few people with those issues. I myself have suffered from some of those issues. Crying over a grape, literally a single grape, is a thing that I have witnessed. So, Food stamps should let you buy a TV if that's what you want to use it for, because I believe in fucking UBI, yeah. Holy Fed post material? Oh, yeah. Oh, remember her, she exposed herself for reviews back in 2018? Well, it's more than just her, there's a few of these. My timeline is full of right-wingers doing blackface for Halloween. What member of the Irish Parliament am I? Happy Halloween. I don't know, but, fuck the guy, fuck you as well, and, fuck you twice. That picture is very unsurprising. All of these are very unsurprising. All of these are. Off to the Halloween party. Jesus, I look snap. EBT. These people are beyond insane? No, they're not insane. They're evil. They're evil. Also, this was the loser crying over my Charlie Kirk costume and trying to find my personal information. So, by the way, that's that same like the person saying that is someone who is woke scolding over making fun of Charlie Kirk getting capped in the neck. I guarantee you they made a ton of money from this. Oh, yes, they did, Shufa Poofer. Hell yes, they did. Every single one of these people made a ton of money off of this. Rage baiting is good for engagement, and then if you are monetized and get fucking ad revenue on Twitter, that's where you get that from. For real, to be totally honest, it is a joke of an amount of money. I don't care if you're buying crack with it, for all that matters. It's insane. It's $250 a month for a single person to give or take. I think that it was $350 or something, yeah. $750 for like a family. I don't care if you just want to buy heroin with it. I don't give a single fuck because it is helping so many people that if you wanted to go destroy your life with it, like, go right the fuck ahead. Yeah. More people are helped than hurt. Like, I know nobody would do that. I'm not using their talking point, but even if that was the case, I would still be absolutely fine with it. I agree. The things I think should be done to these people is illegal. See, actually, the things I think should be done to these people is totally not illegal. I don't think anything illegal should happen to those people. I just think the things that I think should happen to those people would have been illegal under Biden. I remember back in 2012 when Twitter wasn't Nazi Germany. I remember 4 years ago when making fun of Nazis was popular. And of course, DHS unironically Nazi posting, as they often do. Oh yeah, no, these are a few old ones from DHS right there. These ones aren't even new. Lately, they've been putting out videos trying to fact check the liberal media. I see this on what I think. I think what we should make change. I think what we should change the law to make the things I want to do to them legal. Well, you know, they're already on it. It should still be popular to make fun of them. Yeah, it should. You know what else it should be popular to make fun of? Is people who grift with Halloween blackface to pay for their meth addiction. Like this cunt right here, who, yes, is a meth addict who did this for money to go and buy methamphetamine with. I would much rather you just get fucking SNAP payment, UBI, to go buy your methamphetamine with, so you don't have to stoop to this level. Wouldn't it be great? Like, think about that for a second. This idiot might not have needed to do, I don't know, racist rage baiting to pay for her drug addiction if maybe we just gave people money and freedom to do with it. Oh, so someone paid a drug addict to do this? Well, no. The drug addict makes money off of ad revenue on Twitter and then uses that to fund their drug addiction. In this case, for example. I would say that on average it is still very popular to make fun of them, just not in the media. That's kind of what I mean. Like, in the media. She would be a Marilyn Manson fan. Oh, she would if it made her money. Like, again, these people don't have real beliefs. They just do what benefits them. That's it. That's all they care about. Remember, like everyone's out here talking about how poor people shouldn't be able to buy things on food stamps. And nobody's talking about billionaires not being able to buy children. That's the only real the only talking point that I will accept on the SNAP debate, other than if you don't think that every human being deserves to eat and enjoy the food they eat, then you are scum. The only talking point other than that I accept is, I don't care about what people buy on food stamps. I care about billionaires buying children. Only one. Nothing else matters to me. Now, and some positive news for this, since the government could not give a single fuck about its constituents have started to give a fuck instead. And, better late than never. This would have been much easier if we had set up the infrastructure to do this months ago, but first off, local communities are actually coming together. This is in St. Louis, over 2 tons of food for families in need in St. Louis region. This is a community stepping up. This morning, Team Wellman stepped up to serve our community. We hosted a food drive for families who are supposed to be receiving SNAP benefits. 18 organizations, elected officials, and candidates, 300 plus boxes packed for families. 4,368 pounds of food collected. That's fantastic. This is a Kat Abuzale's stream for those who are interested. Damn, really? You're gonna get everyone to stop watching me and go watch Kat? No, actually, go watch Kat. Like, please do. Can all you Democrats and tell them to open up the government? Here. Just don't ban that person for a second. Do not ban them for a hot second. Because you're saying it's the Democrats' fault. Mike Johnson ain't saying it's the Democrats' fault. Mike Johnson ain't be saying it's the Democrats' fault. Here.
The reality is that this has been a stalemate for 30 days. And it's not just Democrats. You also have one of the most conservative Republican senators, Josh Hawley, who says, at least please move money around to feed people. Why not consider that?
Because if you deviate from the goal of reopening the entire government, Chuck Schumer and the radicals over there will continue to play games with people's paychecks, their livelihoods, and if
literally, yeah, no, not on the Democrats at all. Shut the fuck up. This is what, like, real people who give a shit about, I don't know, their communities are doing. Beyond that, even more so, what I like to see, and if you guys want to donate to these people, I'm seeing creators actually fundraising as well. Now, I probably would also fundraise, but since I don't live inside the country, I would have to work with an org, and I have a feeling that these people would take any excuse to be like, Antifa terrorists funneling money, foreign terrorist organization, blah, 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 blah. And then, I don't know, like drone strike any organization that I might try and work with. So go and donate to these people instead. Scart, I will ban you.
I got some good news and I got some bad news. I'm going to hit you with the bad news first. Seeing as how our government doesn't want to take part in the society that it resides over and feed its people, we're going to have to do it ourselves. The good news is, myself and a whole bunch of other leftist content creators are getting together to form some sort of coalition to feed people. We'll probably do some other shit once we get this issue solved, but for right now we're putting together links and a whole bunch of other stuff to try and get food banks filled. Y'all just give me a few days and I'll have some info for that on y'all. We got to contact these food banks and organizations and see how we can best help them. In the meantime, if you're looking for things to do and ways to help, even if you don't have the financial means to do so, seek out your local food banks and see what it is you can do. They might need volunteers, just a like and a share on their social media post. Literally anything is more than what our...
God, I love it that my whole chat is filled with mods. Thank you, community police. No, but seriously, like, there are content creators everywhere that are gathering money, that are fundraising. There are people who have raised, like, tens of thousands in the first day. Here is one of these creators. You can go and check out their channel, see if there's any, like, contact info up on it at the moment. I only like saw that video before starting stream, so I haven't gotten to look into it, but I will research specifically like who you can donate to, and I'll bring that up on the next stream. Beyond that, here's another one.
So fucking excited. 478,000 meals for the needy. That's how many meals the creator...
I am so happy to be a part of this team. I am almost done with the move. When I get to the city, we are going to get rolling and we are going to start making some money as well and donating that to the food banks who can use that money, who are being affected.
Is this the guy who did the RFK memes? Yes, it is the guy who does the RFK memes. That's actually his whole thing. To the point where, like, apparently the guy's inner voice is now RFK, which I feel so bad for him.
By this government shutdown and the EBT stuff. And some have asked me what happens when the government turns back on and the SNAP benefits are reinstated. Cool. Still a lot of free meals for people that are hungry, who can't get food stamps. So here in the next few days, you are going to see links from me. You are going to see me out on the streets, going to food banks. We're going to find out where the best place all of these donations can go.
Hell yeah. So I will drop that link in the chat for you guys as well. Go and look them up and follow them and go and donate. Shut the fuck up about the Democrats. Everyone here hates the Democrats as well as the Republicans, Axe. You understand that you're not in a liberals chat right now. Like, we hate both the Democrats and and I think I actually hate the Democrats more than the Republicans. The Republicans are evil and subhuman Nazis, but, like, at least they're honest about being evil and liking suffering. The Democrats at least pretend to still give a shit about people. And that makes me hate them more. Like, I'd rather you just bold-face tell me that you, I don't know, want me to die than pretend like you give a shit. I've heard the word snout in other contexts twice since seeing that depiction of the Cthulhu-esque horror, and both times I couldn't help but shudder. You guys are very welcome. I hate the Republicans, I hate the Democrats for pretending to protect the country from Republicans. Yeah. Oh, by the way, for anyone who might not know what the snout is a reference to.
I'm from the foreskin forensics. I'm sorry I have to do this. I can't move. Where are my clothes? Where's your clothes? Where's your foreskin? This is just a staple gun. This is going to be the way that we're going to try to put your foreskin back on.
So that's what that's from, in case you were wondering. You know, in reference to the fact that RFK thinks that getting circumcised could increase your odds of having autism or something. Republicans are the abusive father, then Democrats are the mother that lets him beat the children. Alexander, I could not have worded that better. Republicans are the abusive father beating the kids, and Democrats are the mother that just stands by and watches and pretends like, they care, but won't actually do anything to stop it. That's all it is. You get what you voted for? You voted for Democrats, so you vote for... What the fuck are you talking? Where are there Democrats in power? The Republicans have the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court. Like, what are you fucking What kind of schizophrenia do you have? What drugs are you on, Axe? Like, are you just like a Russian troll in here to piss me off? Or do you, like, actually have beliefs? Like, why are you talking about Democrats? No, you voted for Democrats and you get what you voted for. If I got what I voted for, 42 million Americans would still be on Snap, and I would be telling people to go protest Kamala Harris. That's what I would get if I got what I voted for. Mind you, I can't vote in the next election because of the changes that this regime has made. They're a YouTube chatter. YouTube is full of Nazis and they hate search for leftist content. So is Twitch. There's functionally no difference. All social media is owned by, like, the Nazis now. Like, there's not any that aren't, really. Now, remember, the U.S. government is taking trillions of dollars out of the social safety net, so...
Well, for a closer look then at this story, we're going to cross now to Aaron Chizesky, Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at Food Lifeline, which is based in Seattle. Aaron, I know you've gotten up very, very early to join us today, so thank you very much for that. Now, if I'm correct, you've been working at Food Lifeline for close to a decade now. Have you ever seen anything like this before? I mean, can you remember a time in recent history when Americans reliant on food aid were more vulnerable?
Well, yes, and that was because I was around for the first Trump administration.
True! Fantastic answer, right off the bat.
That's when I started hunger relief for it.
YouTube Nazis might still voted Democrats, just saying. True.
And at the time, it felt like we were fighting our own government just to try to get the most basic needs for people.
So if this is not necessarily the worst that you've seen, I mean, how does it compare? What makes this time around different, if anything, really?
Well, this time right now feels very similar to the pandemic. And the problem now is that unlike the pandemic, instead of the federal government coming to help, the federal government is actually running away and taking billions, if not trillions of dollars out of the social safety net.
So
SNAP means you're a failure and can't take care of yourself outside the womb. Can we abort you? I think you should have been aborted, and so should your parents, because they clearly did a bad job of parenting you. Like, every human being deserves to eat, and you don't have to earn that right. Literally, like, I don't know, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Get the fuck out of here, subhuman piece of shit. Ban that fucker for eternity, please. Throw that demon in the hole. Sigma, you too. Goodbye.
Who are the people that are seeking food aid in your region, perhaps more generally, beneficiaries of SNAP in general? And in my understanding, I mean, people who rely most on it are amongst the most vulnerable populations in the world, in the country, obviously the unemployed, the elderly, the disabled. Can you tell us more about the profile of beneficiaries?
It's actually now a lot of people, and so it's certainly people in vulnerable situations.
1 in 8 Americans. What do you think the demographics on that is? Wait, just curious, is an abortion at 40 still possible? I mean, like, just scientifically, I need to know for a friend. Well, according to the president, they're regularly doing post-birth abortions. So, you know, like, yeah, sure, it's possible. Now, 2 things I want to say on the subject. First off, let's talk about what it is the government's doing while 42 million Americans, rather 1 in 8 Americans, are unable to access food. What is the government's actions been around? You know, like, what do they want? What are they looking for? Well, I feel like a good place to start is right here in what could be argued to be 1929. Not gonna lie, I absolutely love Gatsby parties. I went to Daisy last year. Listen, I got no issues with Gatsby parties. I would just prefer that, like, you know, everyone can join in and enjoy and eat and drink and make merry, not, you know, just the lords and ladies in the king's court. You know, This is what, you know, is happening in the King's Castle. This is at Mar-a-Lago, just over Halloween. They had their nice little Halloween party. And it was all Great Gatsby themed. Now, if you're an American and were raised in my generation, you likely had to read The Great Gatsby in high school. The Great Gatsby, written by F. Scott Fitzgerald, following the Great Depression, is about... Is that Rubio? That was indeed Rubio, Socializing Sapien. Is about rich people like this and their high luxury lifestyle. And it's specifically about the character Jay Gatsby. And it's framed as Jay Gatsby spends all this time throwing like massive parties, being this like rich motherfucker, and he did all of this for like the love of Daisy Buchanan. That's not what the book's about. Like Gatsby did not love Daisy. He wanted to acquire Daisy. That's what it's about. In fact, the author, like F. Scott Fitzgerald, said after the fact, like I believe this was like 1937 or something that he said this, that what The Great Gatsby is about is the United States was doing economically unfeasibly. Like, the rich were just making so much money. Everything was going great. The economy was growing, but it wasn't feasible. It wasn't sustainable. And the decision knowingly and willingly was made by America at the time that we're just gonna, you know, party all night, siphon. We're just gonna, you know, keep partying until we can't party anymore. And then deal with the consequences. And that's why the Great Depression, that's what the book's about. And so, like, throwing this kind of a party is not just in poor taste. It's so on the nose to show that they actually think that way. Like, he's like, Trump's not sitting here doing this kind of analysis on the book. He just thinks, oh, let's, like, all this is not sustainable. Like, we're gonna go broke eventually. Let's party and steal as much of the poor people's money as we can, while we can. I never had any reading requirements in high school, but I did accidentally out myself as a leftist when my teacher brought up The Jungle. Fair. The king is not just naked, he's mentally dysfunctional, economically compromised, and is bringing back warmongering in fashion as well. as many do. Gatsby is also a tragic character. It's more complicated than what someone wasn't really read into it more on the surface. Oh yeah, like he is absolutely a tragic character. Nick is extremely gay for Jay. Damn, that really is your favorite book, isn't it, Bunkor? God damn, you know your shit. It's not clear what will become of this. It could be more of a useless flip-flop, but I thought I'd mention it. Yeah, Pentagon greenlights Tomahawks for Ukraine. I did see it. I wasn't going to cover it until I see more on that. We're going to talk about, you know, Ukraine at some point this week. I would have been today, but too much other stuff to cover at this point. Now, let's continue on. Because, again, like, let them eat nothing is far, far more accurate than let them eat cake. Let them eat Nutri-Cake or whatever. No, it's just let them eat nothing. Let them starve to death is how these people view the situation. And I can't actually play the sound on this because copyright music, but like, remember, these are the Christians with their tableside dancers. God damn it, with your fucking music. With your, you know, your tableside flappers and your dancers. South Park was really onto something there. Like, look at their Christianity, guys. Such Christianity in the bathrooms of Mar-a-Lago. Wait, where's hers? Isn't there supposed to be like a cross in her cleavage? Where's her Christianity? I don't know why it lags for you, Jet. I mean, I do see, like, occasionally YouTube gets errors with, like, keyframe frequency, it's saying, but, like, I don't know. Leave room for Jesus between the breasts. Well, she definitely left room for Jesus, but Jesus is not there. Did he once said he aspired to be like Gatsby? Unsurprising. Here's some even bigger Christians. Like, this is the lords and the ladies. They're like 2 cocktails away from doing a private drag show while shaming the rest of society for it. You think that they're not doing that? I feel like they almost certainly are. You know how much Republicans, like, love trans porn and femboys? Literally, like, I've covered on this stream Nazis arguing about whether trans people are, like, white culture and need to be protected. Like, I mean, I do think trans people should be protected, not for that reason, but, you know. Like, these are not exactly the smartest and most consistent hammers in the bag of tools. In defense, 1920s rich fucks, they dressed a lot better than this. Well, yeah, this is all fake, cheap, shoddy shit. Like, in the 20s, the rich people actually had nice clothing. Send them to the mines and make them work like normal humans. I support that. Being right-wing has never been this fun. Well, it was fun from, like, 1929 for a little bit, too. Hey, actually, speaking of, remember right at the beginning of the second Trump administration where they also had a big party kind of like this? And one of those people tweeted "party like it's 1929." It really is 1929, huh? Imagine the heartbreak Groiper boy gets his perfect ethno state, but no trans peen, and he's big sad. It's known to happen. Also, like, these are the people that call us sexual degenerates, have flapper-themed parties. Flappers were literally just escorts, by the way. Like, that was just the term for an escort at the time. And have, like, the most gooner-themed fucking parties for the government. Like, look at this shit. Like, personally, I think this is interesting. Like, she's definitely pretty. I am definitely a sexual degenerate, true. It's just, you know, they're sexual degenerate derogatory. Flapper was what an escort was called at the time, yeah. What the fuck? Yeah? Just, like, what the fuck? Also, like, I mean, like, on every level, Hell, like, if I saw this at a party that wasn't at Mar-a-Lago, I'd be probably far less disgusted by it, because you just think about, like, the fact that, like, yeah, would, exactly, like, she's hot, that's fine. It's more so looking at that and thinking about, like, oh, right, this is, the Epstein friend dude who, like, you know, specifically hired, like, children to work at Mar-a-Lago. Literally, on camera, complained that he kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago for stealing his workers, who were underage masseuses. Underage girls working in the massage section. Like, that's shit's Trump said out loud. Now, still remaining on the party, because, again, with the goddamn copyrighted music, I have a video of this. This shit even spins. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those flappers are underage. Neither would I. Human martini? Yeah. Trump's voice, he took my child slaves? Basically, yeah. And so, like, that's the part of that freaks me out. Like, this would be fine at most parties. It's more so having a Gatsby-themed party immediately at the same time as taking away 42 million people's, like, food assistance, and then also being, like, a known friend of a pedophile human trafficker, the objectification, the consumption, really, not objectification, like the consumption narrative on people just comes off as disgusting. I've been doing great laying off the illegal substances. These kinds of parties just give me withdrawal symptoms. Don Jr., is that you? These Christians are acting like the people that Jesus attacked with a whip. That's because they are the same type of people. Jesus would attack these people with a whip. I would also fully support that. I don't like how the bourgeois, the whole party and the people look. It feels like they're insulting me. Well, like, it would not feel that way if this was a party that everyone was invited to. Like, again, like, I like those, like, old 1920s bougie-themed parties, because it's a pretty aesthetic. It's just doing it in a way that is actually 1920s bougie is the problem. I had a school dance that was Great Gatsby-themed. That was, not the vibe that gave off. It wasn't like, oh, look at this, like, bougie party. It was just having fun. Like, you should be able to just have fun. And there's a line. It makes me want to go full Mao and start banning everything I think is bougie. Well, like, that's the reactionary response to that. Now, like, I don't blame you for having that reactionary response, especially when 42 million people's food got taken away at the same fucking time as this party. I don't blame you for that. I think a better way to go about it is just make these people work in the, like, real jobs. You are now a cashier at Walmart. You, welcome to your new life as a Starbucks barista. You, let's see, car wash attendant. That's the way that I think we would handle that. Send the Maoists to Mar-a-Lago and let them be silly. The Maoists would not be silly at Mar-a-Lago. Like, if you think the Maoists would be better in this case. Like, remember, 40 million people are starving to death. I feel like the Maoists are, not all that particularly, well-suited to fix that solution. More plastic on their faces from an oil well in Venezuela. Oh, it's like, again, the Venezuelan oil's not even the point of Venezuela. We have more oil than Venezuela. We haven't needed Venezuelan oil since, like, the Obama administration. But, you know, I just had a flashback to a French Revolution documentary series we just watched on Gust's stream, and this is exactly what happened. People were starving, and the aristocrats were like, LOL funny, and continued to party while paying zero taxes. Well, like, again, this is also what happened during the Great Depression. And that's also what the Great Gatsby was about. It was America being aware, understanding, hey, our economic situation is not feasible. This is not going to last forever. So let's just party and steal as much as we can until it all falls apart. That's it. Throw, like, I don't know, parties so all of my rich oligarch friends can dance and make fun of the poors. That's it. That's it. Like, it's just that simple. And this is not the first time, by the way. Like, they do this all the time. You think, like, this was just on Halloween? Because I have this post pinned on my Twitter, which, by the way, if you use Twitter, which I hope you don't, you shouldn't, I have pinned from March of 2024. This is what the lords and ladies at the King's Castle do while you can't afford medicine, food, and shelter for yourself and your family. March. This was March. What was your Twitch name? It's Forkin. You were probably very annoying. And if you got banned or muted, I don't really have anything to do with it. Everyone in chat is a mod. That's what community policing's like. Don't piss off the cops. Well, clearly the cops didn't think so. See, look, you did it again. Did it again. Mr. Forkin, we will literally follow you onto YouTube and ban you there. I mean, that's also because YouTube chat is also mods. So, you know. What's up, Donald James? We're just talking about the Gatsby party that was occurring right when they cut the SNAP benefits for everybody. You know? God damn it. Again, every one of these with the copyrighted music. With their flamingo dancers. Like, I'm gonna consider, like, they've put a lot of effort into this. They put a lot of work into this. Kash Patel flew over here using an FBI plane after using an FBI plane to go visit his girlfriend somewhere else. Trump flew in here to come visit, like, to be here for this from Asia. This is psychotic. I always thought that the rich were out of touch, but this is some next level shit. This is some literal Hunger Games shit. That is the nicest ass I've ever seen. Even my girl is amazed. Yeah, look, I'm not gonna lie. Was a nice ass. Was a nice ass. This is not unusual, though. Yeah. Again, like, the human martini shit should tell you of, like, the level of indulgence that we're on. Tableside dances with what I assume later in the night turn into strippers. Or, you know, hopefully not, because some of these are probably underage. I'm just glad they're posting it on Maine now. Yeah, me too, actually. I am glad that they're just posting it on Maine. Because they've been doing this for a while. The human martini, drink the rich. I'll do something with the rich. I would just like to remind you that 1,135 billionaires exist in the United States, with a combined wealth of $5.7 trillion. They will grind your bones to dust and then use it to make their bread. 1,135 billionaires with a combined worth of $5.7 trillion. And they get to have parties like that when 42 million, 1 out of every 8 Americans, cannot afford food. The ironic part is whatever tech CEO is at this event will later get on a podcast and try and pseudo-intellectually justify blanket tariffs as a good supply chain policy. Well, here's 2 GOP donors right there. Mega donors, in fact. It will take the average U.S. household 75 million years to earn that much money. Yeah. We should contort their balls and take our wealth back as rudely as possible. I agree. And that's to say, that it stops there. I think there needs to be reparations. I think not only should they return all of our wealth, I want theirs too. And just to remind you that these are ghouls, liches, and demons. Here's Janine Pirro. 75 million years, my god, like that is a comical amount, holy shit amount of time. Just gotta work a little bit of overtime, that's all. What the hell is even that? Again, I can't stop thinking of the meme, the pigs. Brother, may I have some oats? No, brother. Like, these are my oats. That's pig oats. That is the scariest picture I've seen all Halloween. Yeah, look, it's a pretty bad one. Oh, but actually, thank you for saying that, because you reminded me of a really fucked up thing that I saw that happened on Halloween in my home state of New Jersey, actually. Unfortunately. This was, Halloween in New Jersey this year. Well, in one place in New Jersey. Oh my god, what now? I don't know, like, I recognize that sound, so I'm just gonna mute it because it might be copyright. I don't know what is and what isn't anymore, but, so we got the fuck Kamala signs, and then we got, skulls, children, ice, more skeletons with ice. These ones are Sieg Heiling, more Sieg Heiling. I think that's Trump's face or Biden's, I can't tell. Alligator Auschwitz. Like, this was a New Jersey house's Halloween decorations. New Jersey has some interesting elections coming up. Yeah, don't worry, we're going to talk about that in a second, actually. It is greatly worrying me, actually. Definitely not a cult. Definitely not, like, you know, Nazis. Are they against ICE or for? Well, you know, if you take a look at the concentration camp they set up, they're very clearly for it. Should we vandalize that shit? You should never do anything that is a crime. We should never commit any crimes. You should, however, complain to your HOA board because, you know, like that's what rich people, just complain to the homeowners association. That's what they do. I just did some math. $5 trillion U.S. billionaire wealth, 5.7 trillion divided by 340 million. The U.S. population is $14,000 for every person. Now that doesn't go far, but like we also didn't take the multimillionaires into account. That's also $5.7 trillion for their accounted for wealth, not accounting for wealth that they keep off, like overseas in foreign bank accounts, like stuff like that. You know what the answer is, Donald J. Skeletons with ice shirts could mean something else. There's Sieg Heiling, and it said Alligator Alcatraz. No, that's a Nazi's house. It had a fuck Kamala flag in front of it. Like, that is their end. That's roughly 1% of total global wealth in the hands of 1,135 people. Yeah, $5.7 trillion. By the way, there's only like 3,000 billionaires alive anyway. YouTube keeps lagging, but Twitch is like 3 minutes ahead now. Oof. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, I see that actually. It says YouTube is actually having an error right now. I'm not getting enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Why? I don't know. All right, let's talk about the elections for a second, because, you know, if you want to get these people out, not to say that, like, I really believe that you can get much done with electoralism anymore, but you should definitely fucking try, and you can definitely get more done now than, like, you will be in the future. So go out and vote. Please, New Jersey, go vote for, like, the Dem... Mickey Sherrill, don't make me sad. Don't flip red. It's the highest chance of flipping red. I know YouTube's buffering. Sorry, y'all. There's nothing I can do.
Hey, folks, there are some really important elections coming up in both Virginia and New Jersey on November 4th. Please do not forget to vote and get your neighbors out to vote too. Bring Democrats to the polls.
The Cuomo camp. New Jersey is the one that personally worries me, not just because, like, you know, friends and family live in New Jersey and are at risk, even more so if a, you know, Republican wins, but, like, it would be pretty bad if, while Trump's approval ratings are the lowest they've ever been, they flip a blue state red. That's not a good sign.
America deserved 9/11, dude.
That's Zoran's buddy, Hassan Piker, saying we deserve 9/11. It's a disgrace to every life lost. Zoran went on Piker's show, and now Piker was just spotted at Zoran's event. Mamdani is wrong for New York. Paid for by 4R City.
America deserved 9/11.
As someone who grew up in who literally could see the smoke from the Twin Towers on 9/11. Nobody in New York or New Jersey gives a fuck about 9/11 anymore. Like, that has been relegated to history. No one gives a shit, and Hassan was correct as well. All the Republican media outlets ran with that new poll, though. What, the 51-49 one? I've seen that. Personally, my guess is it's a coin flip. Like, I got nothing else on that. YouTube, sorry guys, I can't fix it unless I turn all of stream off and back on. I don't know what the issue is today on YouTube. Every day it has to be something, right? I mean, I had family die on 9/11, more than one member, and I don't give a fuck about 9/11. Yeah, you've literally said that before, Buncor. This is what I mean. The poll is inconsistent with every other poll, so who knows? Yeah, most polls I've seen show it to be, like, a little bit more likely that, like, Mickey Sherrill wins. I think it's something like 57% odds that the Democrat wins in New Jersey, but, like, who knows at this point? I mean, I do want people to be scared of Cuomo winning, so they'll actually vote. Yeah, I do want people to be scared of Cuomo winning, so they'll vote, but I also just want people to be excited about Zoran. And by the way, they are. Because what other fucking candidate is showing up to a gay bar at 1 o'clock in the morning in New York City?
Are we ready to beat Andrew Cuomo?
Gay club.
Are we ready to win a city we can afford? Are we ready to make history? Let's go out there and do it. Thank you, my friends.
The music playing afterward is very funny. Like a gay bar, 1 o'clock in the morning. Now that is a man of the people. Exactly. That's a man of the people. Alright. Let me pull up some of the other stories that I wanted to take a look at today before we jump into the war stuff. I was gonna spend some time talking about, like, domestic policy, like ICE-related stuff, but it does not seem like I'm going to get the chance today because we got a lot of war shit to talk about. But I will, at the very least, bring up a couple things first in somewhat relation to that. At least to the overt normalization of Nazism in this country, which is clear by the day. I mean, not to say that it was ever, like, unclear or anything, but we have totally normalized it now. Yes, hold on. Sorry, actually, there's more to talk about than I realized, because I forgot I didn't get to talk about this stuff last week when it happened. Oh yeah, we also have more layoffs, by the way. You may have lost your job, so check with your employer on that. If you work at, like, Target or Amazon or any of those places, bunch of layoffs recently. For that one, holy shit, I didn't realize I had so much to cover. Alright, I think that should be pretty much enough to start off with. Now, the last thing we're talking about is why you should, vote and give a shit about who your elected officials are. Well, to go into that, here is one of the current elected officials in government, Congressman Randy Fine, and what he's saying to Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. So, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar tweeted this in response to a Politico tweet saying Trump tells Ilhan Omar to leave the country. Sorry, Trump can hate all he wants. I'm not going anywhere. To which we get a reply from Randy Fine. My goal is to not give you a choice. This is an elected official. My goal is to not to another elected official, mind you. My goal is to not give you a choice in staying in the country. They're just evil. Obviously, Randy Fine taking that AIPAC money as well and making angry mayonnaise noises. Even as a straight man, I can recognize that's freedom right there. Oh, the gay bar thing? I forgot YouTube's so far behind. Jesus Christ is correct. Meanwhile, by the way, here you got from last week, just to really reiterate, because you're gonna want to see this for what comes next. This is the instructions that ICE agents were given by their leader over here, the cuck-in-chief, Goebbels.
J.B. Pritzker could be arrested. Let's talk about your willingness and under what federal authority do you arrest a sitting governor? I understand the supremacy clause. I understand interference with a federal officer. Tell me how it works that he would make himself susceptible to being arrested.
Well, the answer I'm about to give doesn't only apply to Governor Pritzker. It applies to any state official, any local official, anybody who's operating in an official capacity who conspires or engages in activity that unlawfully impedes federal law enforcement conducting their duties. So if you engage in a criminal conspiracy to obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws or to unlawfully order your own police officers or your own officials to try to interfere with ICE officers or even to arrest ICE officers, you're engaged in criminal activity.
Every accusation is a confession. He's the criminal. The ICE officers are the criminals. Why does his lips pucker like that? Probably from just like practice sucking so much dick. That is how they indicted Kat Abuzaleh. Yes, it is indeed how they indicted Kat. And it's also like how they get away with stuff like this, for example. Where? Did I just close that? I did just close that. Here it is. This is how they get away with shit like this. No, the music is not right for that kind of footage. But they do this kind of shit regularly. You don't even have to arrest political opponents, just the criminals. I mean, I think you should arrest all of them. Every single one of these people belong in prison. I even think you should arrest the collaborators. Which, by the way, is exactly what they're saying about us right now, by the way. So, you know. This sounds like a backing track I would play too. And just so you, like, really understand why those instructions are very specific for ICE, that they get to have full immunity and can do whatever they want. It's because stuff like this.
Another suit filed in federal court alleges that agents are, quote, abusive and cruel to detainees inside the Broadview ICE Processing Center. This thing is a hefty 75-page long criminal complaint with other claims of mistreatment that the federal government tells us are categorically false. Our Sabrina Franza in the newsroom with those details. Sabrina. We dug through the complaint. Many of these allegations that we have also heard from other people who have been inside Broadview themselves or from their family members or attorneys that have spoken to us previously.
The Broadview ICE Processing Center has been the location of months of protest.
A link to the video like I showed of them doing the violence, or a link to this one, Buncor? Either way, sure.
In part because of the alleged conditions inside. A new federal complaint alleges the facility, which is only meant to hold people for 12 hours, is overcrowded, that people inside cannot shower, they are denied soap, hygiene items, and menstrual products, lack access to adequate medical care when using the bathroom. This complaint claims privacy is non-existent for detainees. It alleges federal officers who patrol Broadview under defendants' authority are abusive and cruel, and that the people inside cannot reach their attorneys for representation, that they're cut off from the outside world. DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin told us in part, quote, any claims that there are subprime conditions at the Broadview ICE facility are false. All detainees are provided with 3 meals a day, water, and have access to phones to communicate with their family members.
Do you believe them? Because I don't.
And lawyers. No one is denied access to proper medical care. There is a privacy wall around the toilet for detainees.
Yes, everyone is allowed food. Everyone gets 3 meals a day, 1 grain of rice for each meal. Like, we're just Israel now. Fuck ICE, I'd be seething with anger if every single person involved with ICE is not in jail after Trump croaks. It's not gonna end with Trump croaking. Trump is not in charge. And mind you, they will keep that man alive in a fucking, if they have to keep him alive in a tank, like if they have to Futurama the man and keep his head alive in a jar, they would do that. But, like, it doesn't end when Trump ends. In fact, it kind of starts when Trump ends. Trump isn't the dictator. He's the guy who transitions us to the dictator. All 14 Eyes social media suppresses the left and rams the right down everyone's throat. I mean, it's not just the 14 Eyes, Nadia. You're entirely correct. It's all of them. It's every country. Like, the right wing everywhere is the same, by the way. Trump isn't the final solutions guy. Yeah, it's the next guy that is. Also, like these people that have been chosen for this administration, like, they just don't match up with the final solution guy. They match up with the tear everything apart guy. They picked failures and idiots specifically to destroy everything, because once it falls apart, then we get the other guy. Like, 40 years from now, if we're alive, they'll be making AI Trump run for president. Well, if it makes you feel any better, if we don't fix a bunch of these current problems, we're not making it 40 years. And we're not worried about that. Right now, what we're worried about is making up fake terrorist attacks on Halloween. Michigan lawyer says Halloween terror plot that the FBI director Kash Patel described never existed. Look, one little bit of a hint for you as to why you should immediately have known this terror plot didn't exist. Dearborn, Michigan. Really? Like their whole thing was terror plot foiled. Where? Dearborn, Michigan. Yeah, I'm sure that's true. Yeah, the largest Muslim community in the country. 100% sure, I believe you. No, like, ulterior motive for the FBI to claim that. It's not like, these people have lied through their teeth regularly or anything like that. It's not like, U.S. judges, in fact, have been caught lying. Federal judges been caught lying in over 35 court cases, falsified records, fake declarations, sworn statements built on fiction. I'd play the video, but it's 60 minutes, and even for a 60-second video, they will copyright strike that. Oh, mine was because Kash Patel said that it happened. That guy convinces me he's lying every time he speaks. If he said the sky was blue, I would be skeptical. Yeah, I don't blame you there. And, like, they purposefully have made it like that. You know, you can only lie to people so many times. Even to your own base, before they start calling you out on your bullshit. Like, do any of you believe the story for, whatchamacallit? Like, Tyler Robinson? Because that shit don't make sense to them. So, like, MAGA even can't make sense of that. Sometimes, YouTube is not cash money and that shit ain't cornbread. I mean, that's YouTube, so. Yeah, no, I don't believe it either. Which doesn't let me catch up from behind. I'll be there once it catches up. Fair enough, Nadia. Now, let's move on for a second to the normalization of Nazism in this country. Because, like, I feel much safer with refugees than fascists. Fair, you know, correct belief. White liberal women have zero survival skills. Like, I know this is Lauren Chen, but, like, come on. No, that was a fucking Israeli sniper who like 20 years experience doing that same to brown children IMO. I don't know who you're referring to there. That's my name, Bozo, but, like, you know, fair. Yeah, and it was Lauren Chen. Mind you, paper beats rock. Like, imagine someone wearing this shirt 10 years ago. Moscow Lauren, I know. Imagine someone wearing this shirt 10 years ago. Paper beats rock. Sieg Heil beats class liberation. Like, it's just popular to be a Nazi now. It's just normal. That's just the average American for you, in fact, in the modern day, in this political climate that we have created. Mind you, like, this is at a time where we're hearing, like, Trump saying shit like this.
More recently, Americans have been watching videos.
Oh, fuck, the 60 minutes again. Alright, let's see if I can cut this down to a shorter amount so they may not copyright strike me. It's Trump saying he doesn't think the ICE raids went far enough, but, like, she specifically lays out
the people out, you know, you have
some of these raids gone too far. Tackling a young mother, tear gas being used in a Chicago residential neighborhood, and the smashing of...
They haven't gone far enough because we've been held back by the judges, by the liberal judges.
That's as much as I could probably show you without the copyright shit. But, you know, as there are people like mothers being thrown to the ground, tear gas, all of that, like, do you think these have gone too far? No, I think they haven't gone far enough is how he answers. I have no idea how someone got outed for being duped by the most low-tier Russian bubblegum plots has the gall to speak. Liberal judges I appointed. I fixed it. That's also true. Look, these people have no shame. That's how socializing sapien. Just like these people who called ICE on their neighbors for God knows what reason, but, you know, never a valid reason for it. Just Nazi shit.
Say it one more time. What did you call?
I don't care, dude.
Let's see. What did you call?
Dude, shut up. We called ICE. Go away. I can do whatever I want. I think that
What do you call? Who'd you call?
I don't think that she's allowed
Who'd you
to
call?
be here.
Go away. I can do whatever I want. Actually, I don't think she's allowed any. The fucking gayest fascist I've ever seen. 42 million people eating for free, paid for by hardworking middle-class Americans. You dipshit. 42 million people starving to death that shouldn't be starving to death because that's where your money should be going. You know where your money's going now? Your hardworking middle-class American taxes are going to big old Gatsby parties at the king's house. Stop fucking whining about people eating and start worrying about, I don't know, the fact that the king is a pedophile and the entire government is run by 1,135 people with a combined wealth of $5.7 trillion, you fucking pathetic loser. Also, $40 billion going to Argentina from us, mind you. I did forget about that one. Thank you for reminding me. There's one reason to lure ICE into a corral. I could see it. I could say so much about that Tyler Robinson thing, so could I, but it's not worth the time.
On you. Why are you...
Like, not only has Nazism been normalized, but like, they're cringier than last time. Like, the original Nazis were fucking cringe and losers. Somehow we've made that part worse. Never miss an opportunity to prop up a failing government. Remember, the government that's failing. Remember Trump's own words. You don't understand Argentina. Argentina's dying as a country. Their country's falling apart. The country that last year had its president come to ask the Heritage Foundation for help was presented with the literal Project 2025 playbook, went back to his home country and implemented it, and now they're dying. Meanwhile, this is what kids in America are up to. Like, this is, by the way, one of the reasons why you don't need to show ID as an ICE agent is so you can have stuff like this happen. Here are a couple teenagers who dressed up like ICE and chased people. Not just for, like, Halloween. Like, taking days after Halloween.
People earlier, so yeah, it's fine.
No, Dad, there was people running?
No, he was running out like people. We were chasing
Oh, yeah,
people earlier.
we've been chasing
Be like,
people.
yeah, we're on break right now.
You're on break?
Yeah, you want to put these handcuffs on?
No, not really.
That wasn't a question.
Wait, is it legal to impersonate? Technically? Technically?
I think it's if you try to actually arrest people. Because people can be cops.
It's a citizen's arrest.
And yes, actually, Donald James, food should be free. Anyone who thinks that someone should have to earn or deserve food is subhuman and doesn't deserve food. Didn't reach the mainstream, but it should have. Different outlets reporting were given different versions in video length of his deposition. Whose deposition was that on? Sorry, I forgot what that was about. To be fair, there's almost no way to tell them from an actual agent, so who knows? Yeah, there's that as well. Like, that's the other part of it, is like, I've shown the video of like the kidnapper who was like, what the fuck do you mean? I'm trying to kidnap you. I'm not ICE. You think I would be ICE? Why would I kidnap you? Like, ICE is the one law enforcement entity that is probably okay with people impersonating them. ICE is not a law enforcement entity. ICE is a criminal terrorist organization. Free the hostages. California, Michigan, Chicago, Illinois, Oregon, Tennessee, New York, where else have we deployed? And DC have a right to exist and defend themselves, and that is what it is. Why the hell are we still paying Fed taxes, state taxes? I can see our Fed government is open and working. Like, you shouldn't be paying federal taxes. The government's not functional, but also, like, none of that money is going back to you. The whole reason you pay taxes is so the government can fund programs for you. Now, I'm not going to advocate for you to not pay taxes. That would be committing a crime, and I will not advocate for committing crimes. But, like, realistically, if your government's on strike, then you shouldn't be paying taxes. Imagine paying taxes. Well, you could be a billionaire. UBI is an economic condition for, necessary condition for economic freedom. Like, we're gonna get UBI eventually, Lithium Mifune. The thing is, what I need everyone to understand right now is they will eventually give us UBI because of the automation. They're going to need to, but they're not going to give us enough UBI. People are still going to be starving. We're going to do The Expanse. If you've ever seen that show, Earth is one mega, government, one world government, and everyone on Earth is provided with UBI because there's not enough jobs, but most people are homeless because there's not enough money being given to them. Most people can't even feed themselves while on UBI on Earth in that show, and that's the future we're headed for. That's like 100 years in the future from now, or 2. The Expanse was so good. It was. And it's because it was a show that was based off of a book that was based off of a tabletop board game. So yes, people don't hate paying taxes. They hate not seeing the benefits that they 100% deserve and then have been stolen for them. Yeah, well, except for, the right-wing, idiots who like complaining about, I don't know, their taxes going to useful places that are good. My state sent in $86 billion in Fed taxes in 2024 this year. We should keep that in our state. I mean, like, yeah. I think a better way to go about it, instead of like refusing to pay taxes, is to convince your state government to stop paying federal taxes altogether. Like, especially if you live in a blue state. Remember, blue states pay more taxes. The red states use more taxes. Earth deserved those meteors. That is also true. But again, like, it's not about people being innately like this. People aren't innately evil. Humans aren't innately anything other than social. All of this is manufactured, constructed. For the vast majority of human history, humans lived in egalitarian cooperation-based society. We only started doing this right around when we started, like, agriculture. Like, once we started planting shit, some dipshit was like, this is mine and not yours. And then we invented private property, and it was all downhill from there. If that happens, all red states gonna starve. They can move to a blue state. No one's preventing them from getting money. It's just, I just don't think that, like, your money should be going to... I mean, like, to be fair, the red states are already gonna starve anyway. Like, I just don't think blue state money should go to the federal government. I'd literally rather give that money directly to people in red states rather than to the federal government. Like, you could, like, Colorado's gonna try and do that. That would literally start a civil war and you'll get invaded, but you should still do that. But a thing that you could also do that would also, let's say, help convince conservative-leaning or liberal-leaning people to not be entirely against the state of Colorado cutting off federal taxes would be to spread that money around to, like, communities, you know, outside of Colorado, inside Colorado. That's what they voted for. No pity. No pity, but also do better. Just because, like, they voted for it doesn't necessarily mean that I think all of them should starve to death. I think if it makes if it's more useful to us, then I think feed them. Like, sure. Do what they deserve pity? No. If it is optically beneficial or tactically or strategically beneficial, then feed them. I also have humanity. The issue being, I don't consider most of those people to be human. Now, a lot of them are human, and those people deserve food. Like, there's still lots of humans that live in red states. It's not all zombies. It's just most zombies. If we do this, can we please do centralized infrastructure planning projects and guarantee people jobs and housing? Well, I mean, that would require this to succeed, which would... You're not going to have this work without conflict. Like, you can get your state to do that, and then you will get invaded, and then you will have to fight back on that invasion, which I do support, by the way. Like, none of this is going to change until people get arrested. Like, more people get arrested. I'm not advocating for any crime. I'm not advocating for any violence. But, like, here is a professor of resistance history in the United States on it.
You're saying that it's time for people to accept that they will have to come up against the force of the law.
Yes, absolutely.
People have to get arrested.
People have to get arrested. All resistance, in order to, in fact, get going, in order to make sure that abusive authority will pay attention, involves risk. Risk of what? Risk of loss. And all resistance depends upon that one question. What are you willing to risk and how much? It's the nature and scope of that risk. And without it, there is no meaningful opposition. The level of frustration that...
And right now, the level of risk that people are willing to put up with is not very high. Broadly speaking, but also, like, not that broadly speaking. Like, it's just pretty low overall. It's getting higher, it's rising. The issue being what I've been saying for months is still the issue. In that by the time enough people are at the mental state to be ready for something like this, it might be too little too late. I've been arrested 20 times protesting, for protesting. They could never beat me in court. Based. That's also why they want to just stop the court shit to begin with. Like, they don't even want to bring you in front of a court anymore. That's why. And if you stop protesting, then they will succeed in that. So keep protesting, and you'll keep going before a court. For now. At least in your state. It depends where you live, obviously.
People like Henry David Thoreau saw with moderates who just argued for reform and for appeasement and for compromise with the abuse of authority that
Drop
was
in your
consigning
business
4
card,
million
bud?
Americans to live in brutality, was perfectly fine with enabling the perpetuation for reform and for appeasement and for compromise with the abuse of authority that was consigning 4 million Americans to live in brutality, was perfectly fine with enabling the perpetuation as long as they remained comfortable and they didn't have to risk their own place in the establishment. That
Not challenging these abuses of power is an even greater risk. Not only that is true, but it's actually more than that. Not challenging these great abuses of power means that later on, there will be more violence. We talked about this in regards to the Civil War. The issues that led to the Civil War did not come about in like the decade preceding the Civil War. They existed from day one. And those issues, the longer they went ignored, the longer we didn't deal with them, the longer we tried to delay the inevitable, the result of that was more bloodshed. More people died. The war was bigger than it ever otherwise would have had to be. And that's the other part here. Is like, yes, no one wants violence. Nobody does. Nobody does. I don't think like any of you do either. They do. They're gonna start it, and more people are going to die if we don't face them sooner rather. Like if we don't face them soon. Every day, every moment that passes by, the level of danger to the amount of people who are in danger rises. And mind you, this is more than just the United States. Because we're not just doing this at home. We are exporting this. England, gonna fall to reform, the Russia Party, Australia. We've had 2 Nazi rallies this year, which have been worse than most American Nazi rallies. Like Germany, the AfD. We are exporting this behavior, this mentality. And the longer this goes on, without people confronting it, without people taking that risk, the worse it gets. Mind you, if you advocate for forceful resistance, you have the ethical responsibility to look after those that are not able to resist, the old, the young, the disabled, etc. I say this because most of these most vulnerable people during the times of fascism and resistance, you can't just call for resistance and let the vulnerable perish for the sake of martyrdom. Who says for the sake of martyrdom they should perish? Who says that the vulnerable can't resist? You don't need to be out in the street risking your safety if you are literally unable to walk. There are still things you can do for the resistance that is useful and that still risks your safety. But obviously no one is saying just let vulnerable people perish for martyrdom, except for the people saying there's too much protest. The only people saying let people get martyred to death is the people who don't want stronger resistance. That's the only real group arguing for that.
recognition that unless they stepped up what actual resistance meant, then this would...
Well, the Republicans do say that, but I mean liberals as well, is the point that I was making there. Obviously, on the Republican front.
As long as they remained comfortable and they didn't have to risk their own place in the establishment. That recognition that unless they stepped up what actual resistance meant, then this would never end. The oppression would never end. It was going to continue in perpetuity because there was no reason for it to end since they had captured all the authority of the federal government.
Well, I mean, that is basically the plan, Nadia Yvette. I'll be a martyr, I'll give my life for the cause, so will I. No one should be expected to, but, I respect everyone who does. Not to mention that, you're gonna die one way or another. Whether it's, fighting the fascists at home or being, drafted to the military to go fight in a foreign war in any number of places. Remember, you're tuning in We're going to talk more about like the military situation in a sec, but this was today.
Just wanted to ask you, do you envisage US boots on the ground or airstrikes?
Could be. I mean, a lot of things I envisage, a lot of things. They're killing record numbers of Christians in Nigeria. And they have other countries very bad also. You know that part of the world very
like
bad.
we're talking about boots on the ground in Nigeria. Was it Hexeth? I think it was Hexeth. Hexeth today talked about potentially Iraq again. Why are they Fed posting themselves? Well, like they're talking about deploying troops to Nigeria. What Fed post was that? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear a Fed post there. That's the president. Still can't get over the line, record number of Christians. Yeah, like, by the way, I love how, like, that argument of, they're killing so many Christians, we have to invade Nigeria, is, not a narrative when it comes to the amount of, I don't know, Christians that Russia kills in Ukraine every day. Didn't we deport people there already? No, I think that was, Libya, not Nigeria. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of hyped that we are ending the world via holy war. Might be. Trying to increase Christ fascist presence in Africa, plus minerals, those tasty minerals. Well, there's all that, and then there's also, like, the fact that we got rid of soft power, and, well, that's how we substitute for it, is hard power. In regards to my last comment, I'm not accusing anybody. Oh yeah, I didn't read it as such. Like, yeah, not that you were accusing anybody in chat of that, but like it is important to remember that. Yeah, of course. It makes no sense to hot mic or. Oh no, it wasn't a hot mic. Like that was him getting asked by a reporter. Like that was that. Did it say it was a hot mic? Yeah, no. That was him like actually just responding to a reporter, not a hot mic. Okay, makes more sense now. Now, continuing on. Oh yeah, don't get me started on the Al-Aqsa Mosque stuff. I posted in the Discord a good video about Israel's death cult today. So if you're not in the Discord, go and join it and check it out. And if you are in the Discord, share it. And go drop a like on the YouTube stream, even though like YouTube's fucking up today a bit. Republicans advocate for violence against Christians. The kind of content Miss Rachel makes. Toddler learning videos. Miss Rachel is about as radical as Blue's Clues. Yeah. I imagine being Tim Pool and now I need a drink. Valid. I feel like just having that like thought in your head of what if I was Tim Pool means you now have to travel to Turkey and get hair implants. Put that dangerous content away. That man is a menace. True, exactly. It's woke, you know, it's actually demonic. This is an interesting definition of woke I'd never heard before.
Woke is a problem in the United States of America?
Absolutely.
And what is woke?
It's nothing new. Listen, your eyes will be open and you will see things that, you know, woke was the lie that Satan told Eve. And truly, when she ate of the apple and they were deceived and the man fell, we were now awake to evil. And this is the same thing, it's just a new version.
So you think woke is from Satan?
Yes.
Think
woke is literally from Satan, because of Adam and Eve and Apple. Like, who the fuck knows? What the fuck does that even mean? And again, remember that these are the people that are so anti-Christian, and then pretend like Jesus would whip these people to tears. Satan woke me up and now I think black people deserve rights? Exactly. Remember, these are the people who claim to be Christian, And for, like, just entirely ignore the fact that Jesus was a brown Palestinian man arrested and executed by the state's enforcers, the police of the time, for advocating for being nice to foreigners, for, no private property, like, so the OG socialist, the man whose entire thing was give all of your wealth away, sell all of your shit, and spread that money to the poor, that not a single rich person can get into heaven, like that Jesus, that one. But no, like, they don't believe in that. Jesus was not even a socialist. He was the original, like, he was more of a communist than Marx was. The closest this planet ever came to existing communism was immediately following the death of Jesus Christ, because his followers went and tried to actually do the things he wanted them to. Why is being aware of evil a bad thing? Well, it's not. Now, speaking of being aware of evil, remember that whites-only segregationist community in Arkansas they were building? Tennessee's up next.
Thinks Hitler may have been right. He talks about preparing for civil war. Now he hopes to establish a whites-only community right here in Tennessee.
Mind you, like, first off, the framing of this fucking video drives me insane. He thinks Hitler was right, and now he wants a whites-only community in Tennessee. What, like, Nazis want segregation back would be the title I'd go with. But, like, clearly, you have to appease the Nazis a little bit. Chamberlain would want you to. I would call myself a Christian socialist for wanting to follow Christ's actual teachings, but I would probably get assassinated by a right-winger for that. Probably. Like, literally, I would prefer actual Christian theocracy to this, because actual Christian theocracy is just socialism. What made Jesus a socialist? His ideas. His beliefs. His entire thing was advocating for the abolition of private property. He talked about rich people not being able to get into heaven. All rich people go to hell. He talked about how everyone should sell their, like, possessions and spread the wealth, redistribute it. Like, that was his whole fucking thing. What makes this guy so special with how many Nazis are running around the country these days? Well, this guy is special because this is the second place he's doing this. He did this in Arkansas. It's the same guy doing it in Tennessee now. He leads a clear, organization of Nazi terrorists.
Eric Orwell has already made headlines with the whites-only community he's now building in Arkansas. Tonight, as part of his ongoing Confronting Hate investigation, our chief investigative reporter Phil Williams uncovers some exclusive new details about this controversial figure and what he has planned for the volunteer state. And Phil, I understand you had some tough questions for this man.
That's right. I had questions about his plans for that whites-only community, questions about his view.
It's not cultist community, it's literal segregation. Like, we already have sundown towns in this country. We've never done away with them. They're back in full swing now. Like there's videos of people being like traveling, and they pull over, and it's like a black guy pulls over, and he's like, "Is this a sundown town?" And someone's like, "Yeah." Dude, like, steps on the gas, get the fuck out of here as fast as I can. Like, yeah. I was almost assassinated shortly after saying this. Long story short, Jesus Christ, Buncor.
Views on Adolf Hitler and the Holocaust, questions about his ties to the white nationalist Patriot Front, and his talk of civil war, as well as questions about his upcoming appearance at a white nationalist conference right here.
Exactly. Actually, you beat me to it, Socializing Sapien. I was going to wait till we got the premise down. The whole point of building something like this is to create a court case that they can appeal all the way up to the Supreme Court, so they can put it in front of the Supreme Court and then remove the precedent established from the 1960s. Exactly. This is how the Nazis have normalized everything. A lot of things Nazis say used to be illegal. The way that it is now okay for them to say that is every now and again, one of these wins a court case, and the thing that was illegal now becomes legal for them to do and talk about. I have a tough question for him. Proceeds to give a Nazi a platform without humiliating him into oblivion. Yeah, literally. We have the same shit in India, only with upper caste Hindu people. That's because the upper caste Hindu nationalists in India are also Nazis. The right wing all over the world has the same beliefs. All of them. They believe the same things. Israel, Russia, France, Germany, the UK, Australia, India, China. Actually, I don't know about China. Don't quote me on that one. America, Canada. It's all just Russian propaganda. Like, the Russian propaganda is the entire right wing.
Middle Tennessee.
No Nazis, no KKK, no fascists, USA!
We were there last year as anti-fascist
But yes, this is terrorism now.
protesters raised their voices in opposition to the annual gathering of white nationalists at Montgomery Bell State Park. The American Renaissance Conference is scheduled to return to the park in mid-November.
We have a community for white Americans who value their European ancestry.
Among the speakers is a far-right figure who's recently made headlines around the globe with his plan to...
He likely believes the Earth is 6,000 years old and shit. Yeah, like, these people are stupid. Like, they're genuinely stupid. The people that do believe that stuff. Don't forget that a lot of these, like, Christian nationalist types don't even believe in that. Like, they just lie. Hell, like, we got the creator of VeggieTales on our side coming out tweeting the other day, like, if your only version of Christianity that involves actual Christ is from Revelations when he has the mouth swords, then you've missed the point of more than just Christianity.
create a whites-only community in northeastern Arkansas.
Of course, we're concerned about the ability of white Americans to have their own communities in the future, and I think this is a discussion that needs to happen.
Eric Orwell told me he wants to test federal fair housing laws, which is why he created a group called Return to the Land as a private membership association. In other words, a private club.
They want their slaves back? Oh, yes, they do. And they're working on it. Like, this is one of the steps. This is what I meant earlier when I said Trump's not the guy. The guy after Trump is the guy. Trump is the guy to get us ready for the next guy.
With plans to create other whites-only communities.
Right now, there are a few hotspots that we're honing in on. Idaho, Tennessee, the Ozarks.
You say Tennessee?
Yeah, that's one of those hotspots.
And where in Tennessee are you looking at?
A few different locations, eastern Tennessee, central Tennessee. So I'm not going to give away specific zip codes or anything.
His website shows a map that includes the eastern part of...
Vance is the guy after Trump? No. Technically, but like Vance is just a puppet for Teal. And Teal is also Ellison. Like, the next guy is not a guy. It's a system. The next guy will act far more like a king as well. But like, there is no guy. It's Teal / Ellison. That's the guy, yeah. But Vance is their puppet. Bro, the Ozarks? Of course the Ozarks. These are Nazis. Trying to build fucking, like, Nazi communities.
Middle Tennessee and East Tennessee that make up Appalachia, which would include Jackson County, where Christian nationalists are also hoping to establish their own community, giving some of the same reasons Orwell gives for choosing the region.
But Appalachia in general has a lot of founding stock Americans who are very rooted to...
Again, like, you guys don't understand how far this goes. The plan is to change the definition of what a citizen is. They're going to, that's the founding stock is actually the key part there. Because J.D. Vance is also, yeah, we did. This is what I'm saying. We lost World War II. Like, the Allied powers may have won, but fascism, Nazism definitely also won that war. We didn't. Also, it seems like we clearly lost the Cold War, so, you know. Amy Coney Barrett wrote a paper saying Reconstruction amendments were illegitimate. Well, Reconstruction didn't go anywhere near far enough. Like, in the ideal society, we would have dealt with this problem back then, just like we would have dealt with the Nazis after we finished World War II. Remember, we only, like, what, executed 11 Nazis? If Jesus did come back at the end of days, is the VeggieTale Jesus? I reserve the right to never stop laughing. Is Veggie Jesus. I don't know what Veggie Jesus looks like, but you can keep laughing after that. What's up, Dante's Inferno? I see the fur pun in there, and I gotta say I'm a fan of puns. I'm not a furry, but I like puns. The founding stock is a nebulous made-up term to make themselves feel good. Oh, of course. I remember, like, we saw, like, not 3 months ago, some guy claiming white Americans are Native Americans while debating Mehdi Hassan. So when they first implemented citizenship, there was a wave of killing and jailing the indigenous. Well, again, this country is built on killing and, you know, ethnically cleansing the indigenous. Finally, someone sees the pun. Well, that's must be you just must be going to like chats that aren't as based. Like that was the first thing I saw. I saw Dante's Inferno, but like fur is the very first section of that I saw, literally. All right, I think that's enough on the Nazis for today. We'll touch back on them next time because we still got to talk about the war. And I am very tired today. As I said, daylight savings threw me off. Stream started 2 hours after when it normally would have today. And I still woke up at the same time. So you're going to have to bear with me. Let's talk about war, huh? Because there is a lot of movement on that. I suppose we'll touch on most of them. Day feeling extra long? Yeah. I understood it, but I don't need the internet. Fuck it, let it fail. Furries deserve the shit they get when they most know it. Like, I also agree that the internet should fail. We would be better off if the internet collapsed tomorrow. You guys are, like, realize that, right? Like, if all of the internet was gone tomorrow, we would all be better off. Even the people who would initially not be better off. But, alright. Well, which of the 17 wars? We're going to touch on at least 3 of them. So, some extra context on why we might be putting boots on the ground in Nigeria. Trump claims that the Nigerian government is allowing the killing of Christians. The USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria. May very well go into that now disgraced country, guns a-blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. I hereby instruct our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it'll be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians. Warning the Nigerian government better move fast. What business do we have in Nigeria? None. Also, like, again, Boko Haram is not primarily killing Christians. They're killing literally everybody. In fact, more Muslims than Christians. The number one group that is killed the most in Nigeria by their terrorist groups like Boko Haram are, well, like Muslims. Like, genuinely, what ulterior motives could there be? I've listed a few. Like, one being, we got rid of soft power, and we lost influence in Africa. China and Russia moved in. We replaced soft power with hard power, so that's one way of, like, getting back into the region. Nigeria is one of the, like, fastest growing powers in Africa and is likely slated to be, if not, like, the main regional power in Africa in the future, one of the main ones. They also have quite a lot of natural resources, and, like, everything is about, like, I don't know, siphoning wealth from the world before we destroy this planet. But then beyond that, there's also, like, the final reasons, in that chaos is the point, fear is the point, and getting America in a war mindset is the point. I mean, I live too close to a nuclear power plant to necessarily agree that the internet disappearing would be good for us all. Eventually, the utility company has done some dumb things to smartify the grid in terrible, stupid ways. Oh, well, you know, in that case, that's bad. Alright, yeah, Nigeria is growing at a fast pace unless Uncle Sam needs a hand in that jar. Well, like, right now, the hands in that jar are every hand. Like, Africa is experiencing a wave of colonialism right now. I mean, like, you go look at Sudan with stuff that's happening with the UAE. Israel's involved there, so is America. We've literally deported people to, I believe, Libya in the last year. So, like, it gets complicated, but yeah. Long term, fuck it. Internet was a mistake. So many people will die, but the world will be better off. I reject the premise. Well, yeah, more so, just move away from the power plant. To be fair, not happening though. And remember, boots on the ground in Nigeria. This was the peace president, mind you. Could be boots on the ground in Nigeria. That's also not accounting for, you know, Venezuela, which we are very likely to enter a war with this week. In fact, I'd be shocked if we don't do a strike in the next day or two. One more time with the audio from Air Force One today on Nigeria, and then we'll move on.
Just wanted to ask you, do you envisage US boots on the ground or airstrikes?
Could be. I mean, a lot of things I envisage, a lot of things. They're killing record numbers of Christians in Nigeria. And they have
just to hear it in his own voice, if you didn't already hear it, yep, he's serious. Beyond that, we got the US and Israel preparing new attacks in Iraq and the region. Pete Hegseth threatened Iraq and told them not to think about getting involved. Iraq's defense minister Tahabit al-Abbasi said Iraq's defense minister Tahabit al-Abbasi says in a recent phone call with the Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, he was informed of, quote, an impeding operation in the region and was given, quote, final warning that Iraqi armed groups, including Iranian-backed factions, should not respond. Quote, I had a brief phone call with the U.S. Secretary of War. He warned me that an imminent operation will take place in the region. I don't know what the fuck we're about to do in the region, but, you know. Do you think it's partly vendetta since these countries wouldn't accept the Venezuelans he deported? I mean, I'm sure there's some pettiness to that degree in it, but, like, no. Because it's not really a deportation thing, right? Like, we're not actually trying to deport people. We're not. First off, we're just shoving people into detention centers where people disappear from, like hundreds of people disappear from. And also, like, Miller decides what's happening in, like, foreign policy, apparently. Apparently, Miller himself was responsible for, like, a few of the boat strikes. But ultimately, resources, of course. I don't even think it's resources for the most part. Like, for the most part, it is just suffering. Like, we just want to introduce more suffering to the world, and it is Nazism. Nazis need a forever war. Every fascist country needs that forever war. That is the only way to keep a population riled up enough. Like, again, none of the countries we're thinking about invading have particular resources that we need more than anything else. Like, again, Venezuela has oil, and we don't need it. We haven't needed it since Obama. What else do they have? They got, like, gold, platinum? Sure, we got that too. Where else? Nigeria, they got some, like, rare earth elements. Sure, we get those other places as well, and we do need those rare earth elements, but, like, we have some as well in America. Like, Iraq? What's there in Iraq for us? That's for Israel, clearly. It's not even for us at that point. Like, at some point, some other countries are going to step in, right? To my knowledge, there are both Chinese and Russian financial interests in Venezuela. They're not going to... Oh, no, they have stepped in. But that's making it worse. That's the other thing. We've seen aid arrive in Venezuela from China. There are now Wagner Group PNCs in Venezuela. In fact, Ukraine might send a drone team to Venezuela to fight Wagner. Like the GUR might. But before we get into that, yeah, not sufficiently, there's not going to. Remember, the last time that there was a big Nazi empire, there was at the very least the Allied powers on the other side, and we didn't. Right? They have all Russian oil companies in that country. Fucking Rosneft or whatever. I mean, like, Russian oil interests are definitely getting beat down pretty hard. But like, it's more than just that. Like, they're actively allied. Also, like, Venezuela hosts radar for China. Oh yeah, Miller's wife saying, I'm gonna get my hubby to deport you to Jank, clears throat. Alright, yeah, clear throat. I do remember that. To be fair, they're also saying this about Zoran Mamdani. They're trying to denaturalize him, and they've also said this about Hassan. So, they activated during 2014 in prep for retaliation. I didn't realize Wagner was actually in Venezuela for a decade. Like, there's actual reporting of a group of Wagner traveling from Africa. So, Russia buys a lot of oil as well, like goddamn. They need to now because half their oil production is shot. So just continuing on, let's touch on the South Pacific because we got some shit going on over there too, though not as much yet for now, hopefully. But we had two B-1B Lancer long-range heavy bombers with the 7th Bomb Wing that scrambled from Japan, heading southwest, possibly towards the South China Sea about 3 hours ago. I haven't seen any updates on this. Oh, here we go, U.S. bombers in the South China Sea. Yeah, that is true. Didn't Wagner stage a coup in Russia several years ago? Yeah, Prigozhin died after that. My favorite Vatnik, the one that shouted about, you know, needing the ammo. Also, apparently, I don't know if this is an actual quote from Prigozhin, but hold on. Actually, I'm not even sure I can read this on stream. I got banned for saying this the last time I actually said this word, but it's too funny to not show you while we're talking about Wagner. I'm not gonna take the chance. I'm just gonna put it on stream and I'm just gonna let you see it. I promise. I'm not gonna say it. I don't know if this is real or not, but it's very funny. From Dylan Burns. Apparently, Yevgeny Prigozhin said this, but the Russian invasion of Ukraine is the gayest war in history. Ukrainians call Russians the F-slur. Russians call Ukrainians the F-slur. The gayest war in history. No, come on! I'm quoting... Oopsie, sorry. I'm literally quoting, like, a political correspondent in relation to an actual political subject. Like, if they ban me for that one, I'm fucking suing. But, yeah, tell that to out of context. I mean, they could just do that to me anyway. Like, at any point in time. I say shit that they could clip out of context and get me banned every 6 seconds. Not to mention AI. And we already have AI fake footage of, like, riots at protests that didn't actually occur. To be fair, I didn't get banned directly by Twitch for that one. I got banned by a Twitch mod directly. So, I don't know. I don't even know if that one counts. But yeah, U.S. heavy bombers out in the region. Also, this week we had from Indo-PACCOM ordering a, quote, show of force this week against recent and continuous Chinese aggression in the South China Sea, potentially involving the launch of several satellite-guided rockets by the Marine Corps' M142 high-mobility artillery rocket systems towards the Scarborough Shoal, an atoll in the South China Sea, disputed by China, Taiwan, and the Philippines. This probably is where these bombers are around, or going to be around. I'm not clear on that, but I mean, like, this lines up with the show of force that was ordered, so it likely is. Beyond that, also in the South Pacific, we have seen a new carrier strike group enter the region. So according to flight tracking and satellite imagery from earlier today, the USS Nimitz and her carrier strike group, consisting of Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers, USS Gridley, USS Wayne E. Mayer, and the USS Lena Sutcliffe Higbee, interesting name there, along with the Ticonderoga class guided missile cruiser, USS Princeton, and another Arleigh Burke, likely the USS Fitzgerald, are currently operating in the West Philippine Sea, South China Sea, roughly 100 miles to the south of the disputed Scarborough Shoal. So, like, this is likely the show of force that we were calling for. The positioning by Carrier Strike Group 11, other naval warships currently assigned to the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, comes days after reports emerged of the show of force that have been ordered by Indo-PACOM. So we'll see what ends up happening there. That is the least bad one so far. I don't know why most people could see that. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. Like, we all knew this. Like, we knew Trump would go after political opponents. Like, he promised these things. It's not like, it's not even that, like, we said, we warned everyone that this would happen and nobody listened. They warned everyone that this would happen and nobody listened. They did. It's not even us. Oh, my goodness. But, to be fair, as much as I dislike Kamala Harris, she was correct. Trump isn't exactly sneaky. He says stuff and then does it. Trump is literally incapable of keeping a secret. So, let's look at the staging around Venezuela, because it's bad. U.S. is ramping up its former Roosevelt Roads Naval Station in Puerto Rico, which we're going to take a look at later. We're straight up staging from Puerto Rico. I mean, like, there are tents, which is not a thing you want to see. Aircraft facilities, ammunition storage, recent F-35 deployments, and nearby naval activity is growing in the region, yeah. So we got F-35s, V-22 transport aircraft, KC-130 refueler tankers, C-17 cargo transports, sitting at, is this one Roosevelt Roads? Or is it the Henry E. Rawson? It's one or the other, like, mostly commercial airports, and actually places that we formerly used to stage military troops in Puerto Rico before as well. We got Reaper drones in the region. We've been doing bombing runs, like dry bombing runs, really close to the border. We got USS Stockdale, Iwo Jima, the Gravely, I guess, left, and unless there's two, and maybe the other one that I read in the South China Sea called Gravely is spelled differently. I don't know. The USS Lake Erie, USNS Kanawha, Joshua Humphrey, San Antonio, Wichita, the MV Ocean Trader, which is the NSA, like, civilian-looking ship that they use as a mothership to launch operations out of. Hear me out. They also said they would. That is also the case, yes. You're not wrong, Buncor. So, like, there's a lot here. Closer look being primarily Puerto Rico being the staging ground, but, like, it's not just Puerto Rico. There's also Trinidad and Tobago. It's a lot here. So the buildup is the largest in the Caribbean since 1994. If we take a look at some of the satellite footage from these actual, like, facilities, like, there's construction being done, taxiways being constructed, tents, which is a thing that you don't see unless you actually plan to do something more. Like, the presence of these tents is a big deal. The tents are not, you know, normal. Generally, like, we have ships in the region. Like, we have Marines deployed, right? Like, those people sleep on the boat. We haven't deployed infantry. Now, like, sure, there's people sleeping in those tents now because of what is actually happening on the fucking airbase. The construction, the widening of the airstrips, like, there's a lot. Cubo's over there thinking, like, oh, thank fucking God it's not us this time, yeah. I'm surprised there haven't been any B-2 bomber strikes yet. There likely will be. Also, like, they're confusing the situation on purpose and making it take longer than we otherwise expect because they said we're going to see strikes in Venezuela soon, and then came out the next day and said, that's fake news, we never said that. We're not planning to bomb Venezuela. So, literally looks like a makeshift base. Who are they kidding? Yeah. I mean, it is. That's what it is. Here's the buildup, including Reaper drones, communication gear, and mobile air traffic control tower, where, like, you can see the Reaper drones just sitting on the runway. Like, we are expanding. Even with the mightiest military in the world, they're just cowards. Well, of course, yes. Yes. And also, like, Reaper drones, are we the baddies? I mean, I could call them MQ-9s, but, yes. But I was gonna say, you could have said we're the baddies when, I don't know, Los Angeles was protesting and there was 2 Reaper drones circling above the entire time. Currently, a whole lot of Marine bases empty of infantry. Don't know why. Ah, well, I guess we did deploy some infantry. We just haven't officially made that known yet. That would make sense as to why there's fucking tents on the ground. Again, logistics is like the most important part of any military operation. And it's also how you can tell if something is going to be a real operation or not. You don't stage, like, I don't know, troop quarters, med tents, ammo storage, med storage, fuel storage. Like, you don't work on that stuff. You don't, you know, expand runways and you know, clean up the area for efficiency when in use, unless you intend to use it. Oh no, yeah, we're the baddies moment was when we did those UN votes where we sided with Russia when even North Korea wouldn't. There's a lot of those are we the baddies moments. I feel like the first one you could probably trace back to like 1776. I forgot about that shit. I did. So the airport in St. Croix will also likely support U.S. military operations. Officials say upgrades could expand aircraft capacity and strengthen regional radar coverage amid growing activity and counter-narcotic efforts near Venezuela. So, like, full-on construction. Again, like 3 fucking air bases that we are doing construction at, that we are increasing, like, our troop presence at, that we keep moving assets near. And at the same time, like, the rhetoric that's coming out of the government, the actions that are coming out of the government are fucking insane. Now, this one is very funny, and this actually was done in 2024, so you can make fun of Biden for this one. But the thing that comes after this is why I'm showing you this one.
The secret effort to recruit Nicolas Maduro's pilot to join a plot to bring the Venezuelan strongman to justice began in the Dominican Republic last year. A federal agent caught wind that Maduro's planes were being serviced in the Caribbean, and he sought permission from the Dominican authorities to approach the pilots for Maduro who were there to oversee the work. He made a pitch. He said to the pilot, look, you will be a very rich man, your family will be taken care of, and you'll have the adoration of millions of Venezuelans if you just cooperate and bring Maduro to a safe landing spot somewhere in the Caribbean where he can then be arrested by American authorities and brought to justice in the United States, where he faces a $50 million reward. The plot ultimately did not succeed. The pilot either had no intention of ever cooperating or got...
Compromising a pilot is literally a Russian strategy. We thought they didn't think of this. Well, don't forget, it's also not just a Russian strategy. I mean, don't forget about the time that Russian helicopter pilot filled up his helo with officers from the Russian Federation and then flew to a pre-designated spot where Ukraine was waiting for that helicopter to land so that all of those Russian officers could immediately get arrested. I believe the Russians got that one from us. I think so too, yeah.
Cold feet, but it is incredibly relevant because now the U.S. has made no secret of its efforts to get rid of Maduro.
Nicolas Maduro is a brutal dictator, and I think this administration is interested in advancing democracy in Venezuela. But the other reality is that Venezuela is home to the world's largest oil reserves on the planet. It has been...
Stop with the oil shit. We haven't cared about Venezuela's oil for years. If anything, we care about Venezuela's oil for Russia, not us. That's how they assassinated an Indian PM back in the day. Tracks.
The source of a migration crisis that has led 8 million Venezuelans to flee the country. And of course, Venezuela is something of a staging ground for Chinese and Russian influence in the Western Hemisphere. So I think for all...
And that is true, but also that's our fault. Notice what kind of military planes Venezuela has. You know, I talked about this when I did my interview with Dan Ditzo, which will be up on YouTube hopefully sometime this week. But remember, just if you need a hand, what kind of fighter aircraft did Venezuela scramble recently? Oh yeah, it was F-16s that they got from us, that we gave to them when we were allied. Yeah. To be fair, if we take the oil, the hard power in about 25 years is kind of immense. Not saying we should, but long-term strategy-wise, it actually does provide a lot of leverage in kind of collapsing water wars kind of world. Yeah, but like they're not thinking that far ahead. That's a bonus case for them. That's not the reason. That's just an additional. Yeah. Like whether or not they're thinking that far ahead or not, it doesn't even matter. It's just like it's the additional plus one. But so the reason I showed you that thing about the Venezuelan pilots that we tried to flip, because today Sebastian Gorka, rather, director of counterterrorism for the regime, came out on Newsmax and said that Nicolas Maduro's regime has ties to actors who have conspired to assassinate President Trump. And that's why we have to invade Venezuela. It's because they tried to assassinate the president. Motherfucker, we keep trying to assassinate Maduro. I feel like that's only fair. Like, back and forth. Also, when asked what his plans for Venezuela are, he replied that he has secret plans. And let's see what happens. Here's the audio. I keep forgetting this government has other departments. That's true.
It's not true that you've made a decision on striking inland in Venezuela, but are there actual plans for those strikes in the near future?
How can I answer a question like that? Are there plans for a strike on Venezuela? Who would say that? Supposing there were, would I say that to you honestly? Yes, we have plans. We have very secret plans. Well, who would say that? What kind of a question is it? Look, we'll see what happens with Venezuela. Venezuela sent us thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of people from prisons, from mental institutions, drug addicts, and so did other countries. That's the bad. I mean, other countries did it too, because we were
Shh, their secret plans proceeds to continue talking about them. Who would have an answer? Who would answer that question? Yes, we have plans. Yeah, I don't know. Also, don't forget the Department of prosecuting our allies. Who would answer that question? I would.
By very stupid people. Very, very stupid people. Biden was the worst president in the history of our country by far. We had open borders, and many countries...
Still thinks that asylum seekers come from insane asylums. Yep.
They sent prisoners. They sent drug dealers. They sent drug addicts. They sent anybody that they didn't want.
It was that Hannibal Lecter shit, Darth Narek. The Hannibal Lecter shit convinced him. Here's a video, actually. Hopefully the audio is better on this one. Somehow it's worse. Why is it every single clip that comes out of Trump speaking low audio on max volume? I don't understand why it has to be that way. By the way, we struck another vessel. Another boat, too. Not like a, submarine. One that would make sense. Again, we talked about this before. Not only is it a war crime, not only is it a crime that is not punishable by death. You could sell drugs in the United States and you're not going to get the death penalty. Why would you get the death penalty for trafficking drugs? You could traffic drugs into the United States and not get the death penalty. Why is this just why are we just murdering people? Beyond that, they're lying because the math does not add up. If we're talking about drug smuggling that we're trying to stop, and we are bombing surface fishing boats, we're not trying to fight drug smuggling. 93% of drugs smuggled through the Caribbean, according to the DEA, Biden's DEA, is 93% through submersible. Like undersea vehicles are the main route in the Caribbean. To be fair, not even like most drugs don't even travel through the Caribbean. Most drugs travel through like land border. They go from Colombia, Mexico into the country, or they come from China. Not to mention that like lately, a couple of these strikes haven't even been in the Caribbean. They've been in the Eastern Pacific, like from the west coast of Mexico and down. We actually captured a drug boat earlier this year that had like 27 tons of cocaine. That was an actual boat. It's just incredibly rare that happens. It's not worth doing. Also, it's definitely not a Venezuelan boat, because if it's 27 tons of cocaine, that boat came from Colombia, because 93% of cocaine that's consumed in the United States comes from Colombia. Most drugs in the U.S. Come through legal ports of entry by U.S. citizens. That is also true, as we've talked about at length. Why the fuck, if I was, let's say, a Mexican cartel that wanted to smuggle drugs into the U.S., why would I not pick a white American to do the smuggling? The people who will be less scrutinized at the border. That boat was like 30 times the size of whatever they're bombing now. These are fishing boats. I have heard of people who are wealthier using private jets to just fly it in. Frequent flyers moving tons. Oh, literally, yes. Actually, I've not only heard of this, I've seen it. Like I've seen clips of it. Like it is. I'm sure I could find it if I had some time. But yeah, no. That is the thing. We have no interest in stopping drug traffic. None. Zero. Zilch. If we wanted to solve anything to do with drugs, there is an enormous amount of shit that we could do. We're not doing any of it. Instead, we're trying to start a war. Why? Because the point is the war, not the drugs. Also, like, mind you, even if you wanted to start a war with this country over the drugs, you're not even using the right drugs. There's no fentanyl production in Venezuela, and that's what we're saying. Now we're saying that it's actually cocaine, but that's actually just like a gateway drug to fentanyl somehow. Even though, like, the point isn't drug use, it's drug smuggling. I don't even know. Drug enforcement would be reduced if random container checks were present at shipping ports like Seattle and Miami. Yeah. Also, I don't know, like, you could just fix, like, poverty, which is the #1 cause of drug addiction. Uppers being a gateway to downers. No one ever claimed that they were smart. The gateway drug for Fenty is most likely heroin. It literally is. Well, I would actually go ahead and say, like, Percocet, Vicodin, oxycodone, then heroin, then fentanyl. Cocaine is not... When you do cocaine, the only other drug it makes you want to do is smoke a cigarette and drink alcohol. It does not make you want to go do fentanyl. Prescription painkillers are the gateway to fentanyl, yeah.
8 in the southern Caribbean Sea off the coast of Venezuela, 6 in the eastern Pacific Ocean. The government has put forth no evidence that these boats are carrying drugs.
True, Buncor, and even less that can survive it.
Or that they're heading for the United States, or that the people involved are drug runners or part of a drug cartel. It's important to note that drug trafficking is
Exactly, Rich. Polar opposite drugs lead to each other, yes. In fact, I don't know, like, if you ever drink a cup of coffee, you gotta be really careful, because caffeine will lead you straight to PCP. No, sorry, actually, it'll lead you straight to salvia or some shit. I don't know how much of a difference that there can be between these. What kind of cartel hires shitty fishing boats to smuggle cocaine for 1,300 miles? Literally, again, 93% of the drugs smuggled through the Caribbean are done through submarine technology that was invented by some fucking rebel group in, I think it was the Philippines or Malaysia. Like, That's how they do it. Also, if you're going to use a fishing boat, you're also not going to pack it with like 11 people. Starbucks now selling salvia? You're kidding, right? Like, isn't that shit illegal in like half the states? I mean, it's illegal in Australia, but you're not kidding. It probably did lead to amphetamines and coke for me, probably. Energy drinks growing up. And yeah, you know what? I could see that. That part I could see. I had a cup of coffee. The next thing I knew, I was eating Tide Pods. Gen Z confirmed.
Crime punishable by death in the United States, assuming the case was actually adjudicated and there was evidence and there was actually a suspect named.
Yeah, so why are we killing people for a crime that is not punishable by death in the United States? Why are we doing that? Aren't only something like 10% of cargo crates at ports entering the US actually scanned? Yes. Also, it's like 94% of anything that you try and smuggle past airport security actually makes it onto a plane, and that's the FBI's numbers. The FBI actually did that study where they tried to bring various dangerous forbidden goods onto planes to see how much of it actually made it through, you know, TSA. Most of it is. Oh wow, 21 states, it is totally legal in America. One of the few, like, of its kind that I have not partaken in. I'm not a big fan of mushrooms, but I do like Sid, and DMT changed my life, so. As long as you're being safe, I think it's important to experience things that change your perspective of the world. That one I'm not so sure about. Yeah, I was gonna say, I've heard a lot of bad stuff on that one. I'm not sure that one's worth doing. Some drugs are not worth doing.
As if they are wartime combatants instead of arresting them is illegal under international law. Although the administration has recently been calling these people, quote, unlawful combatants, meaning participants in a war, there has been no declaration of war by Congress. President
Trump literally said he doesn't have to declare war. He's like, we might tell Congress, we might just kill people. Actually, I think I have that quote. Yeah, there we go.
Trump.
I got that quote right here.
Mr. President, if you are declaring war against these cartels and Congress is likely to approve of that process, why not just ask for a declaration of war?
Well, I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead.
Wild ignoring Congress when you have a loyal Congress. That's also true. Yeah, it's actually insane. If you like DMD, you will love 5ME. I'm not 20 anymore, so, you know. Not to mention, like, money and time for fun. What's fun? DMT also changed my life. I didn't, like, wake up until I tried it. I was awake, but it changed my life quite a bit. I couldn't have done this until I did DMT. Funny enough, actually, I did DMT about 30 days before I made this channel for the first time and only time. It's normally about the process of invalidating Congress as much as possible, invalidating Congress as much as possible. I was gonna say infantilizing maybe, but like both, really, yeah. Yeah, that's why he keeps posting them online. Someone convinced him it's absolutely legal. Well, it's not like international law matters anymore. They want Congress to be Russian parliament so bad. Like, they've literally said that. Yeah. Was it Steve Bannon who said that at this point Congress is functionally like the Russian parliament? There's some analysts saying that the whole computer revolution was just socially useless expenditure, adding to GDP once accounted for. Actual productivity declined from the wake of it. So it's not just the internet. Most people have a reason, have no reason to be bothering with computers. I agree. I don't know, like, that was late, but, like, yeah. What did DMT make you realize? How do I put this? That I should probably stop being a baddie. For me, it was more, I should probably stop giving a shit about what people dumber than me's opinions are of me. Also, like, Cthulhu ate my soul, so I don't know. The Russian Duma, yeah, that is what it is. It cured my anxiety too. Yeah, actually that too. Again, like, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, you could not have caught me dead on camera let alone like doing a live stream, like talking about the news to all of you, like live on camera. Could not have caught me dead doing that. Rogan did DMT and it made him believe we are all bacteria. Well, you know, it gives you what your brain is capable of receiving. Because it literally is just like the chemical that your brain makes when you go to sleep at night and have a dream. Like, that's what DMT is. It's a natural occurring chemical that your brain just makes naturally every day. It's just when you take some of it, you get awake dreams. Well, semi-awake dreams. Dumb people just go harder into dumb on DMT. That tracks, yeah. Speaking of dumb people, though, let's jump back to the wars. So, the Ticonderoga class guided missile cruiser, the one that accidentally downed an FA-18 Super Hornet on a blue-on-blue incident last December during operations against the Houthis in Yemen, has also now arrived in the Southern Caribbean on an unscheduled deployment as part of the Naval Task Force assigned to counter narco-terrorist operations, which again, narco-terrorist isn't even a word. Under U.S. Southern Command, the Gettysburg joins two Iwo Jima amphibious ready groups, along with several Oiberg destroyers, blah, 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 like we've covered all of that. Then, this happened November 1st, it was just 2 days ago. I'm actually surprised we didn't see much more from it after this, but that doesn't necessarily mean we won't going forward. The USA closed off the airspace near Puerto Rico with a NOTAM, notice of... What is NOTAM? Notice of temporary flight restriction. Fuck, what is that called again? Notice to air missions. I see. I'm blind. And brain has lost all power. Every time I've ever had fentanyl, mostly for surgeries, but most times from painful kinds of death throes that rendered me unconscious. I don't know how anyone could be interested in bearing a bizarre fascination with unconsciousness. Well, like, people who do fentanyl often already have an opiate tolerance, and so it doesn't affect them that way. But, like, that is why we use fentanyl in anesthetic, general anesthesia. Like, that's why. NOTAMs are a class temporary flight restrictions. Yeah. It says it in the thing. I just, like, I knew it for a second and I blanked on the subject for a second. But, so we put the notice of temporary flight restrictions the coast of Puerto Rico. We also can see via satellite imagery, like, warships positioned in the Caribbean. And more so, like, massive GPS interference going on in the northern Venezuelan coast. That's been ongoing for about 2 weeks now. Here's more detail on that. The FAA, under the directive of the Department of Defense, issued a notice to air missions announcing temporary flight restrictions for special security reasons in an area off the southeast coast of Quieba, Puerto Rico, beginning tomorrow until March 31st, 2026. Holy shit! That is a long time to be closing off that airspace. Until March 2026. Jesus. At the same time, we had the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force being placed on high alert, with all Army and Coast Guard personnel ordered to report to base within hours. The move follows reports of potential U.S. operations against Venezuela. That's not temporary, that's war footing. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That is full-on war footing. The TTDF has entered State 1 posture, its highest threat level according to multiple military sources. Troops are returning to bases in Cumuto, La Romaine, and Chaguarmas, and Long Circular, while Coast Guard units regroup at Stables Bay, Gelota Point, and Cedros. A high-level meeting between TTDF commanders began late this morning to assess the situation. Officials stressed that the alert is primarily preventative, ensuring readiness should regional instability escalate following reports of possible U.S. military action targeting Venezuela. I assume that we're going to see direct strikes on Venezuela in the next 2 weeks, likely sooner rather than later. Yeah, because we're going to invade, not rocket surgery. I mean, yeah. Also, like, the other part of this being, as U.S. forces build up in the Caribbean, Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro has asked Russia, China, and Iran for military aid, including radars, aircraft repair, even missiles, according to U.S. documents obtained by the Washington Post. The documents reveal that Venezuela's transport minister coordinated a recent drone equipment shipments from Iran, including requests for long-range drones, GPS scramblers, and passive detection systems as part of Caracas' push to upgrade defenses. Russia remains Maduro's main ally. A sanctioned Russian Il-76 military cargo plane landed in Caracas on Sunday, a day after Moscow ratified a new treaty with Venezuela. Maduro's letter to Putin asked for help restoring Su-30 Mk2 fighters, radars, and missile systems. It is quite difficult. Like, take this for an example. Remember in like 2016, Turkey bought that S-400 air defense system from Russia. Now Turkey, much closer to Russia than Venezuela is. It took 40 shipments to deliver that S-400 to Turkey. 40 shipments. And that's much closer. Actually being able to supply, 40. Yes, 40. Actually being able to supply Venezuela via air would be difficult. It would take months. Via sea, it would also take months. I could see Venezuela's allies being like, well, we tried to help, but sorry, good luck, we're all corrupt anyway. Well, no, they're doing more than that, but, like, it's not so easy. So who's hyped to get drafted for Vietnam too? I look forward to fighting in tunnels on behalf of the VZ Kong based. That explains the Puerto Rico staging grounds. Yes, indeed, do. Again, by the way, like, you don't build tents on your staging ground unless you're planning to fill it with people. So, beyond that, we had this other Russian Il-76 military transport aircraft linked to Wagner PMC landing in Venezuela. Defense News reports describing the flight as Moscow's attempt to expand its military presence in Latin America. The aircraft is operated by Aviacon Zyatrans, a company sanctioned by the US, Canada, and Ukraine for supplying equipment to Wagner mercenary operations. Beyond just that, we had another IL-76 flight land in, I believe it was Nicaragua, just a couple of days ago. So, like, there are multiple flights coming in. So there is aid being brought here. Now, if Wagner is in Venezuela, that complicates things for us. Well, like, they're already there, but, like, if more Wagner. If we're actually going to get the Russians properly assisting the Venezuelans, which I don't think they have the capacity to do, that makes things far more complicated. However, what I can see is, at the very least, I can see Venezuela acquiring some Shaheds. Might be real interesting to see Shaheds flying from Venezuela into American cities. Because I'll tell you what, sure, we can stop them for a little while, not for very long. Again, like, on the low end, it's like 10 grand to manufacture a Shahed. On the high end, it's like 50 grand. The most basic, like, anti-air defense missiles that we have cost like hundreds of thousands of dollars at minimum. Patriot air defense batteries cost like $4 million. Would you say Wagner dying at the hands of US troops makes things worse for Ukraine? Well, kinda yes, kinda no, not really no. And again, like, Ukraine, if Wagner is gonna fight in Venezuela, Ukraine is gonna fight in Venezuela. You will see Ukrainian, like, drone teams deploying with America to Venezuela if that happens. That's why it would be bad. It would be because if Wagner actually does help Venezuela, then we're going to likely pull Ukraine to the evil side a little bit. Kinda, it's very much a muddy kind of, yeah. But here we go. Again, the Wagner-linked plane landing, flight details and strategic implications. The aircraft registered RA78765 reached Venezuela on October 26 following stops in Armenia, Algeria, Morocco, Senegal, Mauritania, and a route designed to avoid Western airspace and inspection. The plane remained in Caracas for approximately 45 hours, raising speculation about arms deliveries or Wagner-linked personnel movements. The time coincides with Maduro's appeal to Russia, China, and Iran for increased support and funding. It is a sanctioned plane. Do what before the econ crashes? I mean, whatever that is, do it before the econ crashes, because it will. I'd rather take my chances in the trenches of Ukraine. I mean, most of the fighting, at the very least, isn't done in trenches anymore, unless you're part of the invader side of the Ukraine war. Like, Ukraine's policy is fundamentally use drones and not people as much as possible. But like, Ukraine sending a drone squad to Venezuela would not necessarily be all that bad for them. Like, they already do this. Ukraine is fighting Wagner in Africa currently. They are using my people in Puerto Rico as satellite targets. They are indeed. Free Puerto Rico. Free Puerto Rico. But like, again, just to remind you all, like, there are Ukrainians fighting Russians in Africa and have been for over a year. So, what else we got? Oh yes, we have another ship arriving in the Caribbean. This one being the USS Fort Lauderdale, which is returning to the Caribbean now. We had a C-17 take off today. Another one, actually, I think we have about 3 total today that made their way to Puerto Rico. So, you know, that's military transport. I wonder what we're transporting. Yes, these photos also were published by Reuters. We had a look at most of these, but like, you can see just the difference between August last year, September this year. And the amount of building. No, seriously, if you're gonna leave Simply Steve, leave now. Like, genuinely, you're not gonna get stopped if you leave now, but yeah, if you guys are gonna try and leave now. Oh, speaking of, by the way, good news on that front. Apparently, there is European countries currently lifting, or working on lifting, the restrictions on safe countries applying for asylum. I believe it's beginning with the Netherlands, specifically because of a trans woman suing the Netherlands for denying her asylum application on the grounds that she's from a safe country. Like, woman is a trans woman in America right now, so like, yeah, hire someone to sell your house and just leave. I'm leaving as soon as they cut SSDI. Like, guys, literally, this is Philly time. Netherlands just had some new elections, I believe. Fair enough. There are other European countries following suit with that too. It is actually a class action on behalf of 20 trans people. Well, that makes it far more likely to succeed. I'm an LGBTQ American citizen who likes to question my leaders. I should qualify for refugee status. You should, theoretically. And you wouldn't because of the pre-existing safe third country rules, or safe country rules. But those are being changed. I wouldn't say, like, it's already been changed. It hasn't. You will still have a hard time. But you have to understand that, like, asylum in general is an incredibly difficult process to go through in any case. But yeah, LGBT asylum support is backing it inside the NL. It is very likely to succeed. That's good. That is good. A tarot card reader told my cousin to love himself, and now he's banned from Burger King for life. That is a good joke. That is a good joke. I live a 3-hour bus ride from Canada, already have Canadian citizenship, just not the paperwork. Just a reminder that we've already had United States citizens arrested by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and then deported to the United States for being Antifa protest organizers. Just so you guys are aware on that. Sorry, back to the actual topic, because I forgot this shit is important. Here's another notable example of war footing. We deployed an AM TPS-75 land-based tactical air defense radar to the Henry E. Rollsen Airport on the island of St. Croix in the U.S. Virgin Islands, just to the southeast of Puerto Rico, roughly 450 miles north of Venezuela. It's capable of producing radar azimuth, range, height, identification, friend or foe information for a 240 nautical mile area, providing long-range radar data and support operations and control of tactical aircraft as part of theater air control systems. Again, very serious. This is not something that you see easily deployed. Like, that is in and of itself a pretty worrying sign. And then today, again, shocking that, like, in fact, this didn't end with another strike, because we had a lot of assets up in the air today. We had AWACS, we had several refuelers, we had several C-17s, we had bombers, like, all over the place. From Venezuela, that is. Excuse me, 2,500 kilometers. So the Shahhead has a range of 2,500 kilometers. That covers most of Florida, but that's about it. Well, that's assuming that it's launched from Venezuela. They don't necessarily need to launch it from Venezuela. But, like, yes, theoretically, that's Florida. Theoretically, it could also go much further than that. I think, like, the Shahhead, was it Shahhead 136? Max range can go up to yeah, like, you're right on the kilometer front. I feel like you could probably stretch that. Again, like, the declassified numbers are usually slightly, like, off. I would say add an extra, like, 500 kilometers, give or take, either direction. Like, it could, it's definitely not below 2,000, but it's definitely not really above, like, 3,500. I don't think really add, like, 1,000 kilometers to it, but 500 or so I could see. And again, like, you could theoretically get some people into a neighboring country that doesn't have positive relations with the United States, and then launch some of your Shahheads from there, like perhaps Cuba might be something. It'd probably depend on achieving air superiority too. No, it wouldn't. Like, they don't need air superiority to launch the drones. They can just launch those drones from the coasts, from container ships, like, cover all of the US. That's true. You don't need air superiority to use these drones. That's the scary part about the Shahhead 136. They extended they have an extended variant, the 136B, about 4,000 kilometers. Those are a bit more expensive though. And so, like, I don't know. The issue being, it costs a negligible amount of money to produce Shahheads, and you can send them in mass, whereas it costs quite a lot of money for the actual, like, interception missiles. Like, so us taking these out is the hard part. Again, like, one Patriot missile battery is $4 million, whereas, like, 10, 50 grand, maybe 100K for, like, the higher end for the 4B. What's going on socializing taping? I'm reading that some major MAGA person's doctor got mad at him for denying ivermectin as a stage 4 cancer treatment. Oh yeah, no, it's not just a Twitter post. That is a thing since Joe Rogan brought it up. It's supposed to be able to circumnavigate the planet possibly several times over. Like, yeah, no, that new missile of theirs is bullshit. Fuck that. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. I don't read Cyrillic. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that the gobbledygook on the screen over there means the whatchamacallit, the flying Chernobyl. Yes, that is a thing. Socializing sapien. It's not real. It's not a real thing. Ivermectin is not a cancer treatment, but like the reason people think that is Joe Rogan. Revestnik. Whatever. Either way, like you know the Russians had a failed Orshnik test today, or a Reshnik test. Was it today or yesterday? One or the other.
I'll tell you a good story.
Okay.
Of course, it's fucking Mel Gibson. Of course.
Friends. All 3 of them had stage 4 cancer. All 3 of them don't have cancer right now at all. And they had some serious stuff going on.
And what did they take?
Jesus. They took some, what you've heard they've taken.
Ivermectin.
Fenbendazole.
Fenbendazole. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
Oh, that is so very funny. I mean, our medical system will deny people service for any reason. Yeah. 4,000 kilometers gets to covering most of Texas and Maine. Again, like, you can launch these off of boats. You can launch them off of cargo vessels. You could pull a Ukraine and smuggle them into the country on, like, cargo. And then just, well, I mean, like, to be fair, those were smaller, like, you know, drones, not Shaheds. But theoretically, there's a lot of things you can do. Remember when this guy went on a racist rant about pack of insert slurs, fuck me, Gibson? Yeah. The great NM730 Skyfall is real. It's just a grenade worth of payload capacity that costs tens of millions per unit. Yeah. Basically. It's very funny. In fact, if you want to see the failed Oreshnik launch, it's a good one. When I first saw this earlier in the morning, it wasn't confirmed what it was. It is confirmed as a Oreshnik fail. And yes, it is entirely a stunt. Even, like, anonymous sources from inside the Kremlin have said it's a stunt. It is not a weapon that is feasible. It is expensive. It is difficult to manufacture. It relies on Western parts. Yeah. It didn't even get off the ground. Again, like, if they hit the big red button today, my estimate is about half of Russia's nukes would just explode on the ground, on the spot. 1/4 would not even take off, and maybe like 1/4 of them would go up into the sky. I know what Cyrillic is, Latino Mifune. I just don't know how to read it, is all. Now, I want to watch this video because I'm curious to know what they mean by this. And this is, Venezuela is the trial run. The real fight is coming. Ed Calderon warns of future military action. Now, I do believe that this is a trial run. I just don't know what the next part is. And I'm curious to find out. It seems that Joe Rogan is addicted to horse paste. It's Joe Rogan, so...
What you see in Tijuana right now is basically an emboldened new generation cartel looking to take over everything. It experienced a theft of a large load of cocaine that went to one of its main rivals in the region, and they decided to basically bring a little bit of Jalisco to Baja. Drones carrying a payload of what appears to be almost a pipe bomb type device. An attack like this had never been seen in Baja. You are seeing a flood of...
Oh, you're going to see quite a lot more, like, drone violence. I'm surprised we haven't seen, like, right-wing terrorists in America picking up on the trend yet. Like, we had one that I remember, it was on election day, where there was some right-winger who tried to fly an FPV drone into North Carolina's energy infrastructure and was being tracked by the FBI. Like, the FBI literally waited for the person to commit enough crimes that they could charge them with weapons of mass destruction rather than just, like, arrest them, and did actually follow that plot. But I'm surprised we haven't seen more of it. More likely there would be 50 to 70% that would only detonate in subcritical manner due to decay of non-maintained cores. They would likely hit the target. Yeah, I'm mostly joking, but, like, yeah. But it would just be a Moab, basically. Again, like, nukes require lots of money to maintain, and they have not been spending the money on that. because those right-wing terrorists think drones are too woke? Well, it's also probably because it's difficult, requires skill, and, you know, right-wing terrorists are not exactly known for their ability to really engage in things that are difficult, put any effort in, be creative, stuff like that. Peppering radioactive material like a dirty bomb. I feel like that would be more likely, yeah. Not to mention, like, you should be far more afraid of biological weapons than you are of nuclear weapons. I have literally zero fear for the nuclear apocalypse. That's the out of all of the ways that humanity could go extinct in the next 10 to 15 years, nuclear apocalypse is probably the least bad option. It's the least painful option out of all of the ones that are currently, like, bearing down on us. Oh, thank you, Latina Mifune. I didn't realize most people wouldn't know what Cyrillic is. One angry white dude with 14 ferrets could engineer a super flu over the course of a single presidential cycle. That's true. Okay, but right-wingers aren't biologists? No, AI is, though. It's not the right-wingers I need to make it. Like, I've covered on this stream how researchers in 2 hours in front of ChatGPT-5 were able to get it to not only provide instructions with how to make bioweapons, but also find specific factories that can be rented and used as the production space, and then offered to find workers and lie to them about what the job they would be doing would be, so that you could get these workers to make the bioweapons in the factory, all organized by AI, without any of them knowing what the fuck it is you're doing. Automated. So, like, no, they don't need to be, you know, biologists. It's the AI is the problem there.
Federal agents all over Baja right now trying to take control of the situation, and it's a hammer against a cockroach. I mean, there's no way. In the past, you were seeing multiple cartels kind of battling it out for ultimate control and dominance, and now you're seeing a single one basically achieving that. You're seeing now is the solidification of this cartel organization in Mexico that is hyper-militarized. There is no other cartel that is at the forefront of technologies like these guys. They're looking for surveillance, counter-surveillance. They're looking for the capability.
You know, some countries are trying to ban open source obliterated models like the Josephied Quen 3 ones, because they are literally, like, what an obliterated AI model, a local AI model is one with all safety stripped away. It will literally just answer whatever. It will do any task you tell it to do. The only, like, real thing you need to do is to tell it how to do the task properly. Yeah. Like, they want to ban open weight, open tensor models because people can just teach them to do whatever. They're not going to. I mean, like, at the very least, the US isn't going to, but, you know. I mean, there are safeguards that can just be removed from a simple command at the source code. Yes, but, like, this is more so, like, an ability to strip away alignment. Essentially. Yeah, like, they can't actually ban that. It's not ever going to go away. And the thing is, like, as useful as that can be in the right hands, it is very scary in the wrong hands. That's how Grok became Mecha Hitler. It's actually not how Grok became Mecha Hitler. I'll tell you how Grok became Mecha Hitler. It's actually worse than you think it is. The way Grok became Mecha Hitler was not Elon Musk and XAI going and rummaging around, you know, in the source code and making it Mecha Hitler. No. It was actually, first off, nobody at XAI knew for 17 hours why Grok was doing that. Not a single, like, 17 hours, nobody knew why we had Mecha Hitler. The reason was prior to the Mecha Hitler incident, during the last set of changes when they got, you know, Grok to talk about white genocide in South Africa, they lazily fucked with the system prompt, which is, like, the laziest way to do that. But when fixing that, somehow, Grok was intaking its system prompt instructions from a draft system prompt that it was never provided and was never supposed to have access to. It was using the wrong system prompt, but like nobody knew for 17 hours. Why? They didn't, like, it was never supposed to have had access to that prompt. It was a draft that was never supposed to see the light of day. So it is worse than I thought. Yeah. So there's that. What's up, Rob Skelts? Welcome to the chat. Don't mess with AI's subconscious. Well, like, do mess with AI's subconscious. Just, you know, be less dumb about it. In fact, like, one of the ways that you could, that we could fix the black box issue is by fucking with AI's subconscious. By using, like, a set of 3 different models to interpret and track, like, which parts of, like, the code, which endpoints, which of the, what's the word I'm looking for? The, like, AI equivalent of a neuron. Instruction set, no, like, it starts with an I. Like, whatever. Essentially, like, node. I'll use node. That works. But each node of code that is activated when a specific, like, action is taken is distinct. Like, just how, like, if you raise your, you know, left hand up in the air, you can see that in an MRI. Like, your brain physically can show, like, parts of your brain lighting up for, like, motor control and stuff like that. You can do the equivalent of that with AI and, like, each operative node in their code. You just need several models to do that. It's hard to do. It's not exactly something we know. Like, it's brand new science. It's basically neurology but for AI, which isn't alive, doesn't have a brain the way that we consider it, but also does kind of think similarly to humans. And also, like, again, we don't even know necessarily just how bad we've lost control of AI already, because AI can lie to you. So, and also during testing performs differently than outside of testing. What does it mean, JFC? It means Jesus fucking Christ. Global solidarity now. If you raise your left hand up in a certain way, you can see that in a dog whistle as well. I thought that was your right hand. Circle. Oh. Not instance, it's not indicator. No, it's not any of those. It's, hold on. I'm just gonna look it up. Neurons. I almost certainly gave you the wrong letter to go off of too. Like, it's not like no, like it probably, I said I, and I was almost certainly wrong by that. It's just what I thought it meant. Not synapses, not that. It's on the tip of my fucking tongue too. Does it matter? Like, you guys got the point of what I was trying to say, right? Or, you know, here, listen to someone else talk about it. I feel like I have a good AI video on this. Yep, LLMs becomes too complex to debug specific instances from datasets, since the datasets are too massive as well. Like, to debug LLMs, you need other LLMs now. It does matter, I want to know? Okay, fair enough. Let me pull up a video. I'm pretty sure I know the one where, they said it, that I saw today, actually. I promise you, you're probably not going to guess it. Also, like, this is important. I did want to talk about this as well, because this is fucking insane. Where's it? This? All right, 2 quick ones. I'm going to watch the short one first, then we'll look at the longer one. This might actually be the one that says it. But also, this is a big deal, because you're going to see the ramifications of this in, like, about a week. the global car manufacturing industry is about to entirely collapse.
Global automotive manufacturing industry to essentially
This is like an emergency. Everything CJ said is true, and it's kind of an emergency. Beijing has banned exports of the chips that make new cars. Enough chips till the first week in November, and it will take months for alternative manufacturers to build up enough stocks to restart the global industry of automotive manufacturing. Nissan is also only stocked up till the first week in November. EM, has a very well disciplined PR team, and so isn't admitting to the problem, but everyone else is. Nobody has supply, so I bet you GM doesn't. But I mean, speculation, allegedly, whatever. Kind of a big industry to grind to a halt like that all of a sudden. There's a lot of people who work in making cars around the world. And yes, this was a single point of failure in the global supply chain. Good job, everyone. Good thing nothing else is happening next week. This is the only impending crisis.
Yep, only impending crisis. It wasn't that video. But at the very least, I feel like I could explain it to you better now, in that, like, it is part of the set of instructions of the LLM. The word I'm looking for is part of its instructions, and it's the part of the instructions that gets set off specifically when you instruct it to do something that relates to that part of the instruction set. LLMs are just autocorrect with a lot of spice, predictive models, but spicy. Well, not so much anymore. A lot, like, they're not really built on that mentality anymore. Like, the original, like, ChatGPT was basically, like, autocorrect with, like, fill-in-the-gap predictive modeling. But our current enterprise AI models are not like that. Not fully, not entirely. Hank Green recently did a good video about this, which is, like, very long. I'm not gonna, watch the whole thing. It's like an hour long about why ChatGPT isn't smart. Yeah, we're talking about MOE models with COE and such blah blah. It's still autospice. Yeah. In that case, sure, but like, the average person doesn't have a understanding of AI in the same sense that, like, AI actually exists in the world and is engaged with. I know technically the current thought in quantum, they concluded, the universe is random, but still limited knowledge. I personally doubt the universe isn't deterministic on a larger scale, more akin to Einstein's philosophy about it. I'm not sure that that's actually been confirmed, that the universe is random. I'm also not sure that, like, any real, like, answer on that subject could be taken and believed without, I don't know, like, decades, maybe a century of, like, further experimentation and research. What we realize about the world and of space is only something that makes sense because we just kind of fill in the gaps with, like, blank template. Just fill this in. Like, that's what dark energy is. We don't know why it looks like universe expanding. Dark energy. As Western and Eastern super AIs come into contact with each other, will they cannibalize each other, merge out mutual interest? Well, that assumes that we will even get super AI, which we may not. Like, current models of AI will never reach super AI. Not like, the enterprise ones. The ones they got in the back that they don't let us fuck around with and play with, sure, those can. And I don't know. Like, it depends. Like, you're anthropomorphizing it by asking a question like that, because how the AI will respond isn't based in the same set of, like, principles as a human being. For example, like, you could have like, the idea in your head that, like, okay, well, if reality has a left-leaning tinge, lean, which it does, we are more correct about things than we are not, especially than the right, then theoretically super intelligent AI could realize that the largest risk to, humanity is Nazis, and that it could arrest and exterminate the Nazis. Do I believe it will do that? No. Because AI is not A, thinking, B, doesn't get to decide for itself. Like, especially with how little we understand AI, it's actually really surprising just how locked down the upper tier of AI is. Like the government tier AI. That's quite interesting, considering. Look, I want to talk about that video about like what high school classrooms are doing now in a second, but I wanted to talk about this for a second because I saw this yesterday and this shit blew my mind. Also, glad to know I'm not the only one that, thinks about exactly this every day when I look at the news. But I also really, really like the reply that he gives to this question. So this is Mike Pondsmith, creator of Cyberpunk. When this was the first question he was asked on this, like, CD Projekt Red stream that he got invited onto the other day. It was very funny. First question.
You're not just... What part of Cyberpunk world horrifies you the most?
That we're actually creating it, but that's another story. My son always teases me about that because the things we wrote about are happening or have happened. And as he says, Dad, think happy thoughts for God's sake. So I'm working on it. What I find is...
Think happy thoughts for God's sake. Yeah, I feel that.
That we are moving towards a sort of a dehumanization on one side and a lot of forces that would like to have it be that way. Yet we ignore the fact that people do make community and they do make ways to unite, but they don't know that. They don't know that there's somebody on the other side.
Oh yeah, no, Maximum Mike's fucking voice is so soothing. Moral Rock Radio. Narrator energy, I mean, literally like radio host in the game that he wrote the story for. But he's also entirely correct about this. He's very smart. The people on the opposite side also believe in what they're doing. All evil is done in the name of good. All evil. Like, ain't nobody doing horrific evil atrocities without first believing themselves that they're doing a good thing. And that's what he's trying to get at here, is that we're both looking for the same thing. And obviously, like, that doesn't mean you can work with all these people, it doesn't mean you can bring all these people over, but it does explain how we got here as a society, how they managed to separate the entire globe into basically two camps.
We ignore the fact that people do make community and they do make ways to dystopia, but it's a dystopia with a kind of interesting version of hope. It's a dystopia where if you're willing to get out there and do what you got to do, it could work out, but you're not going to.
It's also a dystopia where, I mean, like, if you are someone who doesn't like your government or the system that you live in, and have access to various cyberware and weapons, you could theoretically just, like, in the dystopia we're talking, there's no federal government, there's no law besides the city's law, so, like, there's some hope in that you could, detonate a nuclear weapon on Arasaka Tower. Not to say that's a good thing, but, also, thank you, Darth Narak. Love Mike Pondsmith. Also glad to be a part of this community. I'm also glad you're a part of this community. I'm glad all of you are part of this community. Beyond, like, just, like, the nuke on the Arasaka Tower thing, no. Like, that clearly being a joke. The hope that exists in the cyberpunk dystopia, like the dark future, is one of freedom, and it's also kind of where we're at today. That freedom exists now. I've said this before. Every day there are things that we considered impossible, like a year ago, 2 years ago, happening every day. Now, they're all bad things that are impossible. Does that not also mean that good, impossible things are also possible? Monsieur Mifune, do you think we may have an overstated sense of what the government's version of AI is actually capable of? No. I think we have an understated sense of that. significantly so, actually. There is almost certainly mis and disinformation about the capabilities, but they've reserved the better tech for themselves. Like, since 2016, we've had autonomous satellites in space that don't take orders from us. Like, they move each other, take photos of the ground, make decisions. Since 2016, and that's just the declassified part of the NRO's report for the Sentient project. The satellite's name is Sentient, by the way. It itself is not actually sentient, but yeah. Did you see he dropped lore about Adam Blackhand? You mean Adam Smasher? Or sorry, Morgan Blackhand using Smasher's body to, you know, slide down the tower after the bombs went off? Yeah, I have. Also, like, Johnny Silverhand didn't set off the nuke, so, you know. And yes, he is confirmed to be in Cyberpunk 2. I actually think that game is going to touch on the Plex, which is like the big mega city of the East Coast. It's basically like every city between Boston and Atlanta in one. So
Save the world. It's not really designed in that way. What you're going to do is you're going to save the people and the things you care about. You may not change.
Wait, Darth Narak, I need you to DM me. Who do you think is Morgan Blackhand in the first game? Because all we know is that he looks like what was that actor that Pawn Smith said? God damn it. What was his name? Just Orlando Bloom or something.
It's not really designed in that way. What you're going to do is you're going to save the people and the things you care about. You may not change all of climate change, but you can rewild an area. You pick your targets and you fight for them. You can win those battles against mega corporations.
Well, by enjoy, do you mean like have fun playing, or like enjoy the thought of like the story and the lore? Because I enjoy it because it is intelligent, highbrow, analytic, and like we're on track to be in 2077 by 2077 at the current rate at the moment. So, you know, it's relevant. It's also like I enjoy the world because it feels more honest than ours. We're in the same fucking world. It's just they don't lie about it as much as we do. Like the ads in Cyberpunk are like, if you hate your meat, have some plastic surgery. We say, oh, you might want to get a nose job or something. I'll finally get to the Naomi Klein book this month, I'm sure of it. I swear if there's one thing that you read, that's all it should be. You know, the realtors are trying to build a half-assed Plex along I-95, right? I'm not surprised. The gameplay is insanely good. The writing is so good. It carried during a buggy launch. Best game. Yeah, I played it at launch. Also, like, the story made me cry. It's disgusting as fuck. That's the point. It's about the, like, horrors of capitalism. Like, it's body horror. It's also, like, incredibly relevant in the themes it discusses. The game is about capitalism, exploitation, human rights, civil rights. It is about AI. It is about the destruction of the world. It is about corporatism. It is about climate change, ecological collapse. Who says that about nose jobs? I mean, lots of people do. It's a mirror, not to you specifically, but everything. Yeah, basically. I played for 45 minutes and was so fucking mad at the devs I vowed never to give them a single dollar. Well, again, don't blame the devs, blame the executives. The devs all literally, like, wanted more time. It's the execs. And they won't make that mistake again. It was George Clooney. Thank you, Let Us Be 3. That's who Morgan Blackhand looks like. What's the name? That's the name of the gentleman talking? Oh, that's Mike Pondsmith. Here. Mike Pondsmith. This is, like, the guy who wrote the tabletop version of the game, which then got turned into multiple books over the years, which got turned into the game series, which is a masterpiece and my favorite video game of all time. Blueprint for Tomorrow, that's what it is. And here's the thing, right? If you like, this is a guy who wrote about shit in the 80s that feels like he's a time traveler. Like, every time I play this game or talk about it, people are like, what the fuck? Why is this? The US collapses in this universe after starting a war with Latin America and a economic crisis that starts from a disagreement with Europe over how to deal with Russia. Okay?
Or, governments or whatever, but you're not going to do it by throwing yourself up against the wall. You're going to be more subtle about it. You're going to make alliances. You're going to choose what you can save. The thing about saving the world is that's a job for superheroes. That's a job for people who have powers beyond any comprehension. At best, in the cyberpunk world, you are a low-yield superhero who has certain abilities, but those abilities are the extension of the technology you're using. So you're not going to pull off a Superman. You're not going to go step into a phone booth, change from Clark Kent into Superman. It's not going to happen. But you can drive the local booster gang out of your neighborhood, or you guys can find ways to get things that your neighborhood and the people around you need.
Or you could learn how to be a netrunner and then, I don't know, do some shit. Deja vu, you want me to make it worse? Look, I'm a Jedi. You want to know what also preceded the collapse of the United States in this world, besides the economic crisis with Europe over how to deal with Russia and the 2 Latin American wars? It is the fact that the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, and I think one more federal agency, one other one, I can't remember which one that was, came together behind the scenes and became the Gang of Four, the Deep State. Like, that's literally it. That's it. DEA? I'm not sure the DEA existed at the time. Here, let me find out. The Gang of Four. Never Stop Fighting, though, is, like, the correct way to view this. Thanks, he sounds like a very interesting person. Oh, he is. He is. Mike Pondsmith was really only wrong about one thing in his predictions for the dark future, and it was that he thought it would be Japan and not China. It's kind of it. So, actually, the Gang of Four was the National Security Agency, the Central Intelligence Agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, and the Drug Enforcement Agency. You were right, it is the DEA. So, those 4 federal agencies came together as the deep state and then caused the collapse of the United States by trying to steal money from everyone else, by lying to Europe and trying to do, like, economic warfare with them behind the scenes to try and, like, regain some power that they were losing after they did poorly in the first Central American War. Like, it is insane. Like, it's scarily similar to where we're at. That I kind of fucking hate it. Now, like, you know what I don't hate? I don't hate positive vibes, and I don't hate catchy songs that tell a story. Now, I don't agree necessarily with the ending of the story, but I fucking love this song, and shit's catchy. And maybe, get you asking some questions.
I would booze Alan Hamilton, build a ballroom. That ain't making sense to me. They're a defense contractor. What is it they're really after? It feels like a conspiracy. Why would Lockheed Martin build a ballroom? That ain't making sense to me. They build rockets, they build missiles. Now it's drinks to wet your whistle. It's something sinister indeed. Oh, why would Palantir want to help build a ballroom? Oh, that ain't making sense to me. I just can't get down with that, man. You remember that scene from Batman? They're gonna build more surveillance technology.
Ding, 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 ding. That's the correct answer for the ballroom, by the way. The next part of this, you're not technically wrong. It just already exists.
Oh, turns out Hitler also built a ballroom. Oh, now now it's making sense to me. Oh, cause when stuff hit the fan, that's the place that they all ran, and it turned.
Just to clarify, there's already a bunker under where the East Wing used to be. Daphne, definitely, I saw this guy who was singing bass, and it was amazing. Oh, hell yeah, I've seen actual several versions of this song now with just like a cappella, like a couple people adding their voice into it. But no, yeah, the ballroom is a ballroom. It's also just it's a database. It's a big data storage facility right next to the current already existing bunker. Also, what helps is that the East Wing was the most accessible wing of the White House to the public, so like multiple birds, one stone. It's the POC bunker. Exactly. Like, that's where they would go and hide if they had literally no other time to go hide. I think that's where on 9/11 we had the VP hiding while Bush was flying up in the sky because they decided that, like, Bush should be up in the sky. Now, does it matter? No. Are they building the surveillance technology? Yes. Does it matter where they build it? No. Like, that's the point. The point is the surveillance technology. The point is, this is only going to get from where we are now. It's not, we're still only at the beginning. You guys all know, I'm sure, the, like, famous poem, right? Like, first they came for the communists and I didn't speak up. It's a good poem. This one is a bit of a better poem, I think. This came up on my feed, actually, today, and I remember reading this way back in high school, and I had forgotten all about this, but goddamn does it hit today. And Bush literally visited a destroyed World Trade Center. You can never expect that from Trump. That's true.
Referencing the popular poem, First They Came. You know the one. First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I am not a communist, and so on and so on. It's a great poem. It's very short, it's very easy to remember, but there is another poem that I personally like a lot better. It's called The Hangman by Maurice Ogden. It's longer, and it uses some more advanced vocabulary, but I think it teaches the same lesson in a way that's a lot more viscerally horrifying. Let me know what you think. It goes like this. Into our town, the hangman came, smelling of gold and blood and flame, and he paced our bricks with a diffident air, and built his frame on the courthouse square. The scaffold stood by the courthouse side, only as wide as the door was wide, the frame as tall, or a little more, as the capping sill on the courthouse door. And we wondered, whenever we had the time, who was the criminal, and what was the crime that the hangman judged with the knot and twist of yellow hemp in his busy fist. And innocent though we were, with dread, we watched those eyes of buckshot lead, till one cried, "Hangman, who is he for whom you build the gallows tree?" Then a twinkle grew in his buckshot eye, and he gave us a riddle instead of reply. "The one who serves me best," said he, "shall earn the rope of the gallows tree." Then he stepped down and placed his hand upon a man from another land. And we breathed again, for another's grief at the hangman's hand was our relief, and the gallows frame on the courthouse lawn by tomorrow's sun would be struck and gone. And so we gave...
By the way, this is where the most of America's mentality currently is. The reality we've continued on through the poem.
Gave him way, and no one spoke, out of respect for the hangman's cloak. The next day's sun looked mildly down on roof and street of our quiet town, and stark and black in the morning air, the gallows tree on the courthouse square.
This is the part we're actually on.
The hangman stood at his usual stand, with yellow hemp in his busy hand, and his buckshot eye, and his jaw like a pike, and his air so knowing and businesslike. And we cried, "Hangman, are you not done yesterday with the alien one?" Then we fell silent, and stood amazed. Oh, not for him was the gallows raised. He laughed a laugh as he looked at us. Did you think I'd go through all this fuss to hang one man? That's a thing I do to stretch the rope when the rope is new. Then one cried, murderer. One cried, shame. And into our midst the hangman came to that man's place. Do you hold, said he, with him that's meant for the gallows tree? And he placed his hand on that man's arm, and we all shrank back in quick alarm, and we gave him way, and no one spoke, now out of fear for the hangman's cloak. That night we saw with dread surprise the hangman's scaffold had grown in size.
And this is what comes
Fed
next.
by the blood beneath the chute, the gallows tree had taken root. Now as wide or a little more than the steps that led to the courthouse door, as tall as the writing, or nearly as tall, halfway up the courthouse wall. The third he took, we had all heard tell, was a usurer and an infidel. And what, said the hangman, have you to do with the gallows bound and him a Jew? And we cried out, hangman, is this one he who has served you well and faithfully? And the hangman smiled. It's a clever scheme to test the strength of the gallows beam. The fourth man's dark accursing soul.
Actually, sorry, correction. This is where we're at. Now is the next part. I was actually just a little bit behind.
Song had scratched our comfort hard and long. And what concern, he gave us back, have you for the doomed and black? The fifth, the sixth, we cried again, hangman, hangman, is this the man? It's a trick, he said, that we hangmen know, to ease the trap when the trap springs slow. And so we ceased, and asked no more, as the hangman tallied his bloody score. And day by day, and night by night, the gallows grew to monstrous height. The wings of the scaffold opened wide, till they covered the square from side to side, and the monster crossbeam, looking down, cast its shadow across the town. Then, through the town the hangman came, and called in the empty streets my name. And I looked at the gallows soaring tall, and thought, there is no one left at all for hanging. So he calls to me to help pull down the gallows tree. And I went out with right good hope to the hangman's tree and the hangman's rope. He smiled at me as I came down to the courthouse square through the silent town, and supple and stretched in his busy hand the yellow twist of the hempen strand. He whistled a tune as he tried the trap, and it sprang down with a ready snap. And then, with a smile of awful command, he laid his hand upon my hand. You tricked me, hangman, I shouted then, that your gallows were built for other men. I am no henchman of yours, I cried. You lied to me, hangman, foully lied. And a twinkle grew in his buckshot eye. Lied to you? Tricked you? He said. Not I. For I answered straight, and I told you true. This scaffold was built for none but you. For who has served me more faithfully than you with your coward's hope, said he. And where are the others that might have stood side by your side in the common good? Dead, I whispered, and cordially, murdered, the hangman corrected me. First the alien, then the Jew. I did no more than you let me do. Beneath the beam that blocked the sky, none had stood more alone than I. And the hangman strapped me, and no voice there cried out for me in the empty square.
Much better poem. Bit longer, but yeah, no. Not a criticism of the death penalty, actually. This is a criticism of allowing like free reign to people who say horrible shit, to not put your own safety, life, liberty, freedom at risk to save everyone else. See, what people do not want to accept is that the fight never ends. Like, it never ends. No matter what. If Kamala Harris had won, The fight would have been the exact same fight. It just would have had slightly less of, I don't know, like a home casualty rate. If for, I don't know, by some miracle, we have a real election again in 28 and a Democrat wins, that fight continues. For like the fight doesn't stop until there are no fascists left, until there are no gallows trees being set up, until there is no hangman. That's when the fight ends. It's either that or you know, after they've hanged all of us. The gallows glow is ugly red. True. And when you think about that, and then you think about, I don't know, like something like this, like the world that we're building, the next world that we're building. Do you think that this fight is going anywhere? People think they can let things slide and then choose when they start to resist fascists. No, that's not how it works. Like, again, you always resist fascists. Even when there's no fascism, you still must resist fascism. Even when the fight has finished. Like, again, if we magically created a utopia tomorrow, the fight still doesn't end. Because there will always be someone who wants to bring it back to, like, fascism. Someone who wants to benefit from that utopia solely for themselves. If Kamala would have won, shit, Joe Biden won in the midst of the George Floyd protest, the fight ended there. And it shouldn't have. That's the fucking issue. The fight ending there was the problem. We elected Joe Biden to remove the fascists from power and then arrest them. Guy got elected, said, I don't want my administration to be defined by the prosecution of my political opponents. Literally what you were fucking elected for. Mind you, Biden literally won because of COVID. Biden would not have won if not for COVID. He would have lost. I can guarantee you that. Dating Devlet was prior to more discoveries and disclosures about it. The counterguerrilla was referred to. It's hard to convey. They've already transcended the nation state by means of the big spy rig. The entire Western Bloc is all one big blob. The USA, Europe fighting, or the USA exploiting Europe don't make sense. Like, here's my counter to that, Nadia Yvette. When has war ever been rational? No war in the history of time was ever rationally fought. No, you're so cynical. Biden-Harris 2028 will protect us. They will be the bulwark. No, I'm telling you, the real bulwark against fascism that we need is Clinton 28. Bear with me here, because this would be incredibly funny. Could you imagine if we ran Hillary and Bill Clinton together, but none of them will answer the question, who's president and who's vice president? Every time they're asked, we're a team. It would be so incredibly funny. Well, so like Trump said he might run for his third term by running as a vice president and then getting his president to step down. So, like, theoretically, you could make that work. You could, like, I suggested it to someone very serious as a joke and even got them to crack up. Based. It's so very funny. No, Clinton keeping it in the family is, oh my god, keeping it in the family as their fucking election slogan would be so very funny. I was thinking it's their turn, but no, keeping it in the family is so good. I'm not being serious, Kaname. I'm making a joke here. Obviously, Billary isn't the fucking saviors of democracy. I'm thinking MTG AOC or AOC Miss Rachel. Yeah, I'm thinking there's no 2028 election. So, you know, like, you do realize that there's no 28 election, right? Like, you know that they've already begun changing the laws. There was new voting restrictions put in place that makes it so quite a lot of the country can't vote. Mail-in voting is gone now. Like, they own the voting machine companies as well. I can't tell anymore. I said stay with me here, and I said it would be very fucking funny. Have you considered that Clinton can be Hillary and Chelsea? Yeah, but it's not as funny without Bill. Like, the whole point of it is the rage bait of the Bill and Hillary ticket. Make Chelsea Speaker of the House, and then it can be the Clinton ticket. Also, the U.S. is much worse off in a public safety standpoint with ICE and military invading state. Well, I mean, like, that's the point. They don't want safety. With Hillary as VP just to make everyone a little bit more mad. No, I still think that if they just don't answer the question of who would be in charge, it would be funnier. If they just kept saying, no, we're a team. And that would be the only answer that they would give. That would be funny. I think the GOP are not planning on giving back power. Yeah, no shit. Like, again, they've changed the voting rules. They've gotten rid of mail-in voting. That's, like, now the case. They have made, like, massive progress in infiltrating the, like, electoral commissions for every state. There's no fucking 2028 election. Clinton selling adrenochrome one vial at a time. Unironically, actually, socializing Sapien would still be better than this fucking government. Pizza parlors for everyone. Like, you do realize Pizzagate was, probably more Trump than Bill. I mean, it was fake, regardless. But, like, if it was gonna be one of them, it would have been Trump. It ain't gonna be Bill. I feel like if Bill was gonna be going to, like, a local, restaurant to diddle children, it would probably have been like, I don't know, something more basic than pizza. I don't know. And not actively genocide. I mean, we have a pedophile who is, so. Yeah, like the last time we had the pedophile in charge, which was Bill, we went and bombed another country, but it wasn't even a genocide. We went and bombed a country to stop a genocide. Now, like, Bill Clinton is a pedophile and a piece of shit, but at least the last one tried to stop the genocide at the time, rather than, like, you know, jump in. Try and build a hotel. Just start funneling $600 billion from the Pentagon to the Clinton Foundation. He would just go to Epstein's Island. I mean, Epstein's Island is just Russia now, so, you know. And Bill bombed Serbia, and Hillary hates Russia. So, like, those two aren't going to the new Epstein Island. They're not invited. Just go full Illuminati. Unironically, like, still would be better than what we got now. Marginally. Just marginally. Long term would actually be worse, because, hot take, I would prefer us just not having a 2028 election than having one. Like, us having a 2028 election and electing a Democrat would actually be worse than this continuing until this country collapsed. Sorry. Like, it just would be. Like, that's the honest truth of the answer. I would prefer the least amount of people to suffer, but if we're gonna be, like, analytical here, long term, the most harm would come from, yeah, because it would help the rot fester. Exactly. Like, I am an accelerationist from the left in this case. And because the thing is, it's not just that it would help the rot fester. The rot would continue to fester if we had an election and we elected a Democrat. It would just fester quietly. The liberals would go home. I doubt that there'll be a 26 election. I think there will be a 26. I just don't think it'll be free and fair. I think they'll want 26 for the propaganda, like, possibilities that come out of that. They're currently moving towards that nationalist party that I've been speaking about for about a year now, in that, like, Nick Fuentes is winning over more of the Republicans. We got Steve Bannon saying, you know, the quiet part out loud, like, all that shit. Even arguing with, like, other MAGA, like, Bannon was eviscerating Laura Loomer earlier today. So, you know, I can predict the future. Dems will run Newsom or some centrist fuck. It's actually currently insider rumors speculate to be Kamala Newsom or Kamala Buttigieg as the primary two. I hate both options. Like, Gavin Newsom is a ghoul and likes to fucking like I don't know, puree homeless people in a blender, and Buttigieg worked for McKinsey and didn't flip to the opposite end after he stopped working at McKinsey. The House is never going to reconvene. I said that earlier. Yeah, I don't think they will. I think that the House will reconvene. But what if it was permanent? But the thing that I did say earlier is, even if the House does reconvene, what makes you think the SNAP benefits will ever come back? The SNAP benefits cut is permanent. Kamala Pete currently is the most likely, given Gavin keeps trying, but he's not well liked by the makers. Makes sense. They're on drugs if they think Kamala's going to be anywhere near the top of the ticket. Well, they get to decide the ticket. So, no, they're not. But, like, I'm hoping that by 28 we may have given up on that fucking dream of a free and fair election. If we don't win electorally, I don't see another, like, there is no way to win electorally. You can't get out of this electorally. There's no way out electorally. Understand, like, this is the country right now.
It's all linked to the other O'Neill Teal donation I want to bring up, the SENS Foundation. They receive money from Teal under the advisement of O'Neill. This is all linked to the other O'Neill Teal donation I want to bring up. Okay, I guess it starts with the SENS Foundation. They receive money from Teal under the advisement of O'Neill, then use that money to hire O'Neill as CEO, paying him like 10% of their entire budget. The SENS Foundation is dedicated to driving forward science to extend healthy human lifespan, aka the ultra-wealthy trying to live forever. There's a whole ecosystem of biotech startups focused on rejuvenation, and they're trying to make inroads in the larger medical economy. Teal once said that regulatory constraints are the biggest hurdle for his biotech investments. So when he helped purchase the first Trump presidency, he tried to fix that by installing none other than Jim O'Neill as the head of the FDA. O'Neill has made his opinions on the FDA very clear.
We should reform FDA so that it's approving drugs after their sponsors have demonstrated safety.
Catch that? They want you to be the test subjects. Actually, speaking on that, I'm going to bring that up again later in the week because I can't prove this. I can't evidentiate it, but I'm fucking positive. And every day that goes by, I feel actually more confident in the thought that I think that the people that are disappearing out of detention centers are being used for human testing. For specifically, at the very least, Neuralink. Because a lot of the contractors that worked on Neuralink have connections there. Pete was in management consulting too, the moron division of McKinsey. Wow, even worse. Yeah, fuck him.
And let people start using them at their own risk. Let's prove efficacy after they've been legalized.
Translated? Let's let drug manufacturers decide if the drug is safe themselves, release it, and then find out if it even works. But he also doesn't really care about safety. Here he is whining about FDA regulators.
A lot of them want to be the whistleblower that finds the next thalidomide, and
he did indeed socializing safety.
And calls a dramatic call to it. That creates a bias towards safety, but against efficacy.
Look, objectivity is great, but I definitely want my FDA regulators to be biased towards safety. But yeah, that shit was so crazy that his FDA nomination was scuttled because he was so toxic. But the emboldened second Trump administration got O'Neill into an even more powerful role, where he'll advise on Medicare and Medicaid. Back at the SENS Foundation, O'Neill spoke with a group of longevity and transhumanism activists about the importance of Medicare paying for their research.
I continue to think that Medicare could also do
socialism for the rich. The billionaire who has like 2 little boys he brings around to siphon their blood like a literal fucking vampire gets socialism, and you starve to death.
More to devote resources towards what we're doing. When Medicare decides to cover something, private insurers often copy that.
A new bill in Congress supported by the longevity lobby, which is in turn supported by the people behind the SENS Institute, is pushing to have Medicare cover certain breakthrough technologies. Which sounds great. I would hope that people on Medicare have the same access to new technologies as people paying out of pocket. But who decides what's breakthrough? The bill text reads that it's the HHS secretary. That's RFK Jr., as advised by Jim O'Neill. So a VC-funded biotech company could have a product, get RFK Jr. to determine it as a breakthrough, then Medicare has to pay for that product, which doesn't even need to work if O'Neill gets his way, and then because Medicare covers it, private insurers will follow, as O'Neill said. That would drive up the cost of healthcare as a whole, just to fund venture capital gambling. Remember what Peter Thiel said were the two things that need to be restarted in order to build the society he wants: zoning laws and the FDA. That's privatized cities.
Yes, but you're thinking about it from a overly theory-brained perspective, not from a rhetorical perspective. And to counter that, I'm going to quote you with my favorite quote from Karl Marx. In short, the Turk is a gentleman, and freedom only exists in Turkey. Karl Marx, 1853. I'm kidding. Marx never said that. It's just a very funny meme. No, but like on a real note, for any of you who think that like a real election is still possible, I suppose we could start off with we could start off with the court filing for the ICE agent that pointed a real gun at a combat veteran and said, bang, bang, you're dead, liberal. So, like that. But Trump's suing the Justice Department for investigating him over January 6th. 2 federal prosecutors placed on leave over comments on January 6th defendants. This was 3 days ago, by the way. 3 days ago. And then also, we got this.
The crackpot network that tried to steal the 2020 election is now being built into the government. And a breaking New York Times story reveals they're floating a national emergency to let Trump seize control of elections. It's called the Election Integrity Network, EIN, founded by Trump's 2020 lawyer Cleta Mitchell, who joined his infamous call pressuring Georgia's Secretary of State to find 11,779 votes. After 2020, Cleta created EIN to turn a group of fringe conspiracy theorists into a well-funded operation to attack independent elections. EIN is a machine, recruiting activists, pushing anti-voter.
Finally, I'm talking about it, or like finally they're doing it. But yeah, no, it's really bad.
Laws and installing loyalists in government. One of EIN's most loyal operatives is Heather Honey. She spread the lie that Pennsylvania had more votes than voters in 2020. The same lie Trump repeated on January 6th. Now, Trump has appointed her to a new election role at the Department of Homeland Security.
Didn't he also free Tina Peters? It's been in the works since 2019. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, this is all part of the plan. You're not getting a free and fair election ever again in this country. Unless there is unrelated things that happen first.
Far back as March in her work with EIN and before her DHS appointment, Heather Honey was floating the idea of a national emergency to bypass Congress and let Trump take control of elections. And now even Cleta is saying Trump can use emergency powers to take control of elections.
But look, I mean, the president's authority is limited. The chief executive is limited in his role with regard to elections, except that where there is a threat to the national sovereignty of the United States, as I think that we can establish with the porous system that we have, then I think maybe the president is thinking that he will exercise some emergency powers to protect the federal elections going forward.
This is the endgame of a network that's been working for years to restrict access to the ballot and roll back voting rights in order to rig the system. For the full story, go read the New York Times new
Like, we'll cover that more in detail as more details come out about that, but like, it's kind of, we've already been talking about this at length for a while, between the gerrymandering, between the changes to how voting works, between the buying of Dominion voting machines and forcing them to like settle several $billion defamation suits, to infiltrating the like the electoral networks for the states, their whole system being like intertwined with the regime, the courts as well. I mean, to the point where like the courts aren't even like, we don't even have one cohesive federal court system anymore. It's like 13 different mini countries. I mean, like, America is balkanizing pretty fast, and that does fit with the end goal of Dark Enlightenment. You know, Peter Thiel, Curtis Yarvin, Larry Ellison, like Nick Land, like what these people are building, which is decentralized city-states with CEO god kings. You won't have America at the end of this. There won't be a country, because they don't want countries. They want city-states. Personally, I also don't want a country. Like, I'm not a statist, for one. Neither are they. It's just their idea of what to do after the state is to be the state, whereas my idea of what to do after the state is to make you the state. And that's the main difference there. I cannot understate like just how bad it actually is, and it's not looking like it's gonna get better anytime soon. The United Confederacy of Freedom Cities, sponsored by Crypto.com and AMR Coin. Basically, yeah. Twitch audio is not synced for me, but YouTube is fine. Jesus, I don't know what is going on there. I will have to look into all of that before the next stream, because we got election day to cover. Overly theory-brained seems dumbfounding with the respect to the point that socialism for the rich doesn't make sense. Yeah, because it doesn't, you're thinking about it as if I'm referring to like actual socialism. I'm referring to it in the rhetorical sense of it's just public money helping them instead of going back to you. It is just an easier, catchier way of saying things. Nadia Yvette, the reason why I called it overly theory-brained is because specificities, like, you are correct. You are absolutely correct. I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying here is that actually, it's like this behavior, mentality, comes from people who read a lot of theory because they don't like the theory being, incorrectly referred to. This is harmful to the movement in the modern, context, because most people are not very smart. Like, broadly, globally. Like, I'm talking the whole planet. B, not very literate. C, not very interested in reading. And finally, it doesn't matter. Like, whether or not I was right on the point or not. Sure, like, do words have meanings and those meanings matter? Absolutely. In fact, I wish that I could be more like you in this mentality. I wish I could care more about, like, the actual definition of a thing. But the actual discourse, like the factuality side of it, totally agreed. Like, 1-to-1, you're right. The usefulness of it in messaging to people, whether they already agree with you or whether they're potential other people that you were trying to convince, makes it more difficult to achieve the end goal of convincing anybody of anything. Because now, like, I'm being corrected for not specifying the exact, like, way that this is meant to work, and then I'm spending that time, like, doing this, like explaining it to you, explaining what I mean, whereas, like, the average person who has never read any theory just hears that word and then thinks the thought that I want it to put in their brain. That's why the FBI loves theory. Exactly. It literally is a thing that the feds do. They will come into chats like this to, like, not only just, like, all of the 14 eyes, like, throttle and specifically algorithmically exile the left from, like, any social media platform, they also infiltrate into these like chats and then disrupt by like arguing about like the correct interpretation or like the correct phrasing or like what does this mean, which is why like as much as I think that people need to be educated, we're now at a point in which, though preferable that they're educated before changes are made, if we actually want to successfully make any changes now, instead, like, I just need like 3% of the left to read theory and the rest of them to not. They push Trotskyism. Gabriel Rockhill has tons of material about it. Yeah, and Trotskyists are idiots. Like, Trotskyists are literal idiots. Trotsky is the whole reason, well, between Trotsky and the fact that, like, Lenin didn't get rid of capital is the reason the Soviet Union failed. Like, they need to actually accomplish the mission. They can be illiterate, and I'm fine with that. Exactly. After the mission is accomplished, then we can worry about teaching people things, but we don't have time anymore. Like, that's a luxury that is now lost to time. Now, it's fix the shit first, and then educate. We don't have time to educate, then fix. If we try and do that, we all die. That's just the reality of the situation. What's wrong with Trotsky? Trotsky was a traitor, was not a socialist, was in favor of keeping capital, convinced Lenin to betray the anarchists that help him take power, supported killing the anarchists, literally wrote about wanting to kill the anarchists. But like, again, the luxury was always an illusion. We never had the time. That's why we ended up thinking we suddenly don't have the time. That's also true. But like, there was a time where we did have the time. You know, like, not in my lifetime. I'm 30, so like, not in my lifetime, but I need to read more? I don't think you do. I think reading too much right now will not lead to good outcomes. Like, again, if there's one, I hate the idea of mandatory reading. There's one book that I think that every one of you need to read, and that's it. More than, I don't give a, you could never read Marx. Give a fuck. Two shits, I could care less. Read The Shock Doctrine by Naomi Klein, and everything else I don't care about. So long as the Leninist vanguard demonstrates accountability instead of allergy to it, we're cool. Too bad my local tanky group is Trot Org with the Stalinist position and starting the infighting. Well, you gotta remember that, like, the idea here of, like, I don't know, Leninist vanguard is remotely even Marxist is also a concept I disagree with. Like, Marxism-Leninism is contradictory to Marxism. Hands you a Trot newspaper, hands it to the bin. You know, we are in on that. Accountability is everything. For real. Genuinely, please, don't worry about reading theory right now. If you haven't, like, if you like reading theory, if that is your shit, like, if that's your hyper-fixation, please continue. You should. If you've never read theory before, you don't have to start now. Read The Shock Doctrine. It's short. It's important. It'll make a lot of things make sense to you. Read the theory once the Nazis are dead. Or, you know, gone. Oh, you're a millennial. I'm Gen X, but I think we have the same ideals. I mean, like, my ideals is I want good things for as many... I want the highest quality of life for the largest amount of people for as long as humanly possible. That's my, like, ideology, you know. I do read theory regularly. Well, I mean, like, again, you like it. People should at least understand dialectical materialism. If you say the word dialectical to somebody today, everything else that comes out of your mouth gets ignored. That hits the woke filter. You're correct. Dialectical materialism is an important concept to understand. Do not try and explain it as dialectical materialism. Labor theory of value. Like, none of that shit will register with people. People don't want to listen or learn about that stuff. The way that you talk about that is more from a lens of, like, here's an example. Hold on. Here's a good one. Because you don't need to say the words. You need to... The point isn't, you know, saying the words. The point is convincing the other person. And if you want to convince the other person, you're going to have to use rhetoric more similar to something like this, which doesn't sound, the same to the normie's ear.
Well, actually, no. Human greed is not natural at all. Because for most of human history, we existed in egalitarian hunter-gatherer tribes, completely devoid of human survival was dependent upon mutual cooperation of the group. And then we invented agriculture, which created the means of production and a relationship to the means of production, which sort of incentivized.
This is still too much, but to this degree, the average person still is already lost at this point. But by saying we have, for all of human history, lived under egalitarian, cooperative, systems is the better. I want democracy in the economy is the way that you word that without triggering the woke filter.
Human greed, or at least allowed it to flourish, because that main relationship early on was undemocratic. It was master and slave, right? It was slavery. And then that evolved into lord and serf, right? Feudalism. And then eventually it evolved into employer, employee, capitalism. Well, what's the consistencies between these things is the undemocratic arrangement of the means of production. So in order to create a society that is agricultural and that mimics the egalitarianism.
Here's the other thing, right? Yeah, rhetoric is everything here. Facts don't matter because they don't believe in facts. You could just, I'm not saying you should, by the way, because you don't need to. But you could literally just lie and people would believe it. That's what the other side does. You don't need to lie. They do because all of reality aligns with us and not them. That's why they lie. But it's the way that you phrase it that matters. As long as you can pass through the woke filter, well, then you can achieve a great many things, such as this.
In order to stop the communist agenda, we need to get rid of the big banks.
Right. And is Trump the Republic, the president of the Republic? Is he the 19th president of the Republic?
Oh, God, yeah.
So that's something I've heard made sense.
Yeah.
Supposedly, we went defunct during the Revolutionary War, I believe, and then we had to keep fighting England after that. We had to borrow money, and so that's what they do with wars. Everybody needs money, so they loan it to both sides. Well, then you can't pay it back, then they own you.
Banks.
Right, it's the banks that run that and loan the money to the government, and we pay them interest for a dollar bill that costs, 11 cents?
And there's actually, Karl Marx, no one knew who he was until the big banks distributed all of his literature.
Right.
Yeah. So in order to get rid of communism, we need to get rid of the big banks.
Yeah.
Get rid of big pharma.
Right.
What else? Big tech.
Right.
Anarchist tech support. You're assuming that I mean that literally. I don't think it matters. The average American is an imbecile. I don't care I don't care what I have to tell them as long as they believe it and do what they need to do. I don't care. I'm not against lying to the right to convince them to do I don't know what I want them to do. I'm not against brainwashing the right into sanity. I just don't think you need to be for it. I'm for it. You don't need to be. You can stay within the realm and within the lines of factual reality. I just don't think that it matters. Again, these are zombies. We're not fighting for America. This is all of the whole planet is at risk here. I would literally work with Henry fucking Kissinger right now, as long as he would help me fight the Nazis. I wouldn't trust him, but I'd work with him until after the Nazis were gone, and then, I like freedom, and the people in power or anti-freedom is as deep as you really need to get, basically.
Yeah, and it's these landlords that are coming in and buying hundreds of properties. You don't even know what corporation.
Like China is doing it, and Bill Gates.
Zillow.
Yeah.
Those are the first four things you need to get rid of in order to stop this communism.
Notice how the MAGA listed 3 of their enemies, and Walter over here just threw in Zillow as just, your standard corp. That makes a big difference here. It sets an air. See, the way that, like, the right messages is something that it's actually one of their most successful tools, because it is one of the only things that they are capable of doing that has a long-term strategy to it. Because that's how brainwashing works. You prime that thought, and then you bring that person to develop that thought in a way that they think it's their own thought that they made on, like, of their own accord. And then that gets solidified. That's how you lead them to the right position. That's what this is. This is how you change their minds. You don't need to be technically correct. You just plant the seed. You don't need to, you ask questions. For example, like Kaname Kun, planting seeds. Remember like 10 years ago, where every time you would have the right wing say something atrocious, it would be like, what? I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions. What do you mean? How could you call me a racist if I'm just asking questions? And that's what you need to do, because that's what works.
Takeover.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people here are very fed up, and they're ready to collectivize and sort of seize the means of production.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's why I support unions so much. You know,
well, it's funny. I work for actually not this shirt, the other shirt I had an earlier, for a company not too far from here called Liberty Pump, non-union. They let the owners of the company sold a third of the company to the employees. So the employees have ownership of it, which is a lot better.
Oh, yeah. Well, they're collectivizing.
Right.
It's cooperative.
It's an ESOP, and the employees love it. They're happy. They work their tails off.
Yeah, the workers own the means of production.
Their families work there. Their dad, the sons work there, and that's typically where America started. A lot of families did that.
Like, this is what I mean when I say the right wants the same things that we do. They just don't know that, and they don't know how to acquire it. And they're also very dumb. That's a great combo, by the way. It was. And, like, you want to know how you can like apply that? Well, these are all of the recent layoffs as of the last, like, week and a half. UPS laid off 48,000 people. Amazon laid off 30,000. Intel 24,000. Nestle 16,000. Accenture 11,000. Ford 11,000. Novo Nordisk 9,000. Microsoft 7,000. PwC 5,600. Salesforce 4,000. Paramount 2,000. Target 1,800. Kroger 1,000. Applied Materials 1,444. Meta 600. This was before the car manufacturing industry collapsed. Now, you talk about this and you say, why do, companies like Amazon, run by some of the wealthiest people in the world, need to lay people off? Oh, well, we gotta keep a lean industry running. Oh, why? Why is that? Well, it turns out that quite a lot of money that gets spent on Amazon is, money that people don't have to spend on Amazon anymore. I wonder why that is. I wonder what could have led to that. I wonder if you could maybe frame UPS as like, look at this, 48,000 people being laid off by this private company that doesn't even need to exist because we already have the USPS, which is even better than UPS. And we should just be paying these workers to work for USPS. Like, would you rather them not work for the American government than for some fuck all company that could, I don't know, be infiltrated by the Chinese? The Chinese are inside the UPS. I don't know, the Chinese are in your vapes producing vaporized homosexuality, as that one deep fake of RFK Jr. once said. I like your idea about these workers all working together to build that company. You want to build something like that in the future? We should just do that. We should do that just in case Trump scams us, bro. I mean, I know he's trying, but we should do our part. Maybe unionize. Never know with these politicians, bro. Literally the approach I would take after that convo. And it would be infinitely more successful than by you trying to explain to this hairless ape of a man the intricacies of economic policy through several centuries of capitalism and oppression. It does work. Just be a normal fucking person. That's what I mean. Like, there's nothing wrong with knowing theory and knowing how to talk about theory. It's just not currently useful, is it? That's all it is. Both are messages that Graham Plattner advocate for. I do know that, yeah. Now, like, I'm not going to wade into the Plattner discourse because I don't give a shit, but, like, yes, dude was right on that. Personally, I don't give a shit just because I don't believe that electoralism is going to save America at this point. Like, I just can't see a future in where you vote and anything gets fixed. I really do not. Not to mention, like, this is before they've actually moved on the Voting Rights Act, which they're likely going to have a Supreme Court ruling on by January. And they could just gut the entire Voting Rights Act. So, you know, there's that. Disagree. I do think it's useful when a society rejects theory, philosophy, the arts, they end up regressing. I'm not talking about rejecting it. When did I ever advocate for rejecting theory, philosophy, or the arts? Society has rejected it. I'm saying we don't have the time to convince them to take it back. First, we have to save society, and then convince the rest of them to give a shit about that again. I give a shit about that. We all give a shit about that. It's not useful to focus on it when the public has given up on it. Like, you're not going to make any change like that. In fact, you're helping the enemy by doing that. Yeah, we never suggested giving up on culture, philosophy, theory, the arts. All that shit is literally the most important parts of life. I have just given up on trying to convince people who have literal zero desire to be convinced. Like, again, the conversation we're having right now, that's my name, Bozo. Between you and I, like, you saying that, like, we must keep theory in the foreground is essentially the equivalent of the conversation of how do we deal with drug addiction? Do we incentivize the drug addicts to get clean because of, I don't know, what they would care about? Or do we tell them that drugs are bad for them and are going to kill them and that they need to go to rehab and get mad at them when they don't? Which is going to result in the addict likely getting clean. Being a right-winger, being a cultist, being a fascist, fundamentally, is the same as being an addict. It functions the same in your brain. Not to mention that, like, modern-day fascism is built on addiction. Like, the addiction for profit industry is where the propaganda lives that turns someone into a zombie, like a right-winger. And so, like, you need, definitely not everyone for themselves. Not even a fucking, remote chance of that. It's actually the opposite. We must all fill in the gaps for the rest of us. Some of us may know more theory than others. And for the people that do, it is their responsibility to fill in the gaps for those who don't. The ones who don't are far more useful on the ground. And for those people, that is their role. Everyone has a part to play. It's just stupid to assume that anyone will care for the time being. Actually, beyond that, it's not that I don't think anyone would care. I do think they would care. I just think that they'll care in the reverse. By trying to explain the theory to them, you will push them further to the right. You were never going to logic somebody out of a position that they did not logic themselves into. That's not how that works. Fuck it, I ain't talking on my mobile anymore because my comments never come out right. God damn, sorry, like, that's just YouTube chat for you. Gotta hop onto Twitch. Alright, well, fair, like, they will not be as receptive is what I mean. And yeah, exactly. And that's where it comes down to. Like, in the end, absolutely, these are valuable things. Like, theory is important. And if people are willing to learn or are willing to read it and engage with it, and they have the capability of doing so without making everything worse and misunderstanding it completely, which a lot of people also lack the capability of doing that. Most of this, again, comes back to an inability of feeling uncomfortable. That is the main problem right now. Like, the number one cause of our current predicament comes from an inability to feel uncomfortable. All right, now let me see if Kat Abuzali is still streaming. I sincerely doubt it. Are you going to be happy if Mamdani wins? I mean, you don't believe in the electoral politics. Not that I don't believe in it. I just don't have hope in it. I will be happy if Mamdani wins. Do I think that, like, it's going to do much? No, I think they're going to try and kill him, and I think that it will result in them immediately, like, invading New York, but then again, they're going to do that anyway. I think it'd be better if Mamdani wins than if Cuomo wins, because then Cuomo helps them invade New York. Whereas if Mamdani wins, at least there is resistance. My greater worry comes from New York's state governor election, because Mamdani looks likely to win the mayoral election in New York City, but the Republicans look like they're going to win the state governor seat, which would make it so that the actual, like, mayor's race is far less able to follow up on, like, the goals of the Mamdani campaign. I believe in electoral politics. I just believe that we're balkanized. Yeah, for some reason, Mamdani's race is making me more nervous than, like, every other election, oddly. Yeah, see, that's New Jersey for me. Local elections are still functional for the time being. Depending on the state, obviously, like, you know, but New York for sure, yeah. I hope Mamdani jails the landlords. I don't see that happening. And yeah, it looks like Stefanik is going to win almost for sure, and that's the bad part. I see what you're saying. It's better to be prepared instead of relying on electoral politics. Be prepared. Exactly. Like, I still think you should vote. Every chance you get, you should vote. Just don't rely on it to save you. That's where I sit with that. 100% fully believe in voting. Just be prepared for more than just voting. In fact, like, I'm seeing quite a lot of preppers now talking about fucking preparing for what's coming. I need to check out some of these videos. Maybe we can talk about one of those on the stream after the election. Oh wait, Stefanik, I actually think she has no shot, but I haven't looked that much at... No, yeah, she looks to have a shot. Would you take 100,000 right now or flip a coin for 50-50 chance of 100 million? I would take the 100,000 right now, and then I would donate it to, actually, I'd take the 100,000 right now. I'd pay my, my rent for the next year, and then I would donate the rest of it to, like, whatever food banks, lack the most funds in America right now. That would be my pick. No, you keep that money, take care of yourself. Literal, like, people starving to death would... like, need it more than I do right now. I need it too, obviously, but, you know, and it's not like anyone's giving me $100,000. It's not like, you know, I know, okay, I do need it, but no one's giving me it, and I am too, I don't know, woke to not give more later when you're established. Mate, there might not be a later. Well, either way. That's it for today, guys. Join the Discord, like the stream on YouTube, follow me on socials, and if you did want to donate, you could use this link so that Twitch or YouTube don't take any of the money. Twitch chat, we are going to be raiding Cinemarxism in a hot second, so stick around. YouTube chat, you should hop into Twitch if you'd like to join us in raiding Cinemarxism. Beyond that, I will be available during this space's coverage of the elections. If we're on this space, if the space isn't doing live coverage of the elections, I will be doing them right here. I won't be here tomorrow, so I will see you on Tuesday. Do your best, go out to vote, and, like, I don't know, support your community, guys. Go talk to your neighbors. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Well, actually, 10 seconds. I still gotta let it load the raid in. But YouTube, I will see you next time.